beautiful nature of Spain in Aragon, we jump over to Southern California and Long Beach. As our season in the OBS Endurance Cup continues on, we get ready to handle one of the trickiest tracks on the schedule in the form of the Long Beach Grand Prix. We also head to Spa, Imola, and back across the pond to Road Atlanta as well. But for today, our drivers have to worry about a street circuit, a test, and a difficult way to be able to handle everything. Joe Peak in the booth here alongside myself, DJ Clark, and Joe, this is without question an endurance test like no other.
Exactly. Not many endurance races happen on street circuits, and this place obviously is very punishing because of those close walls. You can see with our various sectors throughout the lap, you have very little time to relax, and it is a very short lap over the 4 sectors that they have to compete on. You're going to try and stay out of trouble and use what few straightaways you have to try and make the overtakes, because you're only at full throttle for 55%, just over half of the lap, DJ.
Yeah, very, very tricky. As we take a look at some of those potential overtaking opportunities, a 90% chance of a safety car, almost a guarantee here. And of course, the biggest thing to watch out for, the final corner on this track, the hairpin. As we get ready for the OBS Endurance Cup, powered by HundredForce, taking a look at the action that could be going on here today. GTPs, LMP3s, GT3s, and of course, invitational class here. You mentioned earlier, Joe, traffic management going to be such a huge key around here. Another thing is really and truly going to be keeping it clean and green. But before we get to any of that action, let's head over to take a look at the track. There at the qualifying results from GT3. It's 10/10 that leads the way by about a 1/10 of a second over the Limit Racing Red, and that may not seem like too much of an advantage, but a 1/10 of a second around this very tight 1.9-mile circuit, that is a massive gap.
Exactly. And as it scrolls down, one of the biggest fields, of course, that we've got here in the GT3s, and the one of 2 that is multiple make. So there's going to be different strengths, and it'll be very interesting to see which of those are going to have a strength here. And of course, we've got the single make LMP3s, which are going to be relatively close on pace to these GT3s as well, DJ. So with the SRB Motorsport 245 car taking the pole position, they're really going to appreciate the fact that they're going to be the farthest away from those GT3s.
Yeah, they certainly are. And look at that gap, 0.4 of a second up at the front of the field. That is absolutely massive around this circuit. And remember, those lap times here for those LMP3s, only about 1 minute and 15 seconds. So that is a pretty sizable margin for that SRB Motorsports team. The cars are out on track right now for qualifying for the GTP class, and it's Movano's SimRacing team that holds onto the top step here with a 109.173 OBS World by Simsa, closing in behind them. And one of the things that we're going to be talking about here today is certainly the disparity among these different GTP cars. And I love what I'm seeing up at the top of this field here at this point. We've got the BMW, the Porsche, Team Fordzilla is going to come in with the other BMW, the Acura, and the Cadillac. All 4 of these brands represented up in the top 5, each bringing their own specialty, their own ability to get themselves into position. And the balance of performance really going to be on play here around Long Beach.
Absolutely. And so far, it seems like at a lot of tracks, the Cadillac has been kind of the preferred car amongst these. But here, I think the lap is so short, and really the fact that, I mean, it comes a lot down to driver bravery around this place, that you're not seeing the manufacturer make as much of a difference. This is definitely a driver's track, and you can try and go out and get yourself a really good time to help you be farther up the order. That said, one of the special rules they have for this league is you cannot tow back to the pits like you can normally in sim racing qualifying and just hop in a new car. And this track, more than any other, I think plays a huge part. I'm actually impressed. I only saw one of the GT3s fail to set a lap, and it looks like all of the LMP3s managed to set a time. It looks like same case with the GTP cars. So hopefully we've at least got mostly representative times. Right in and get right back out there.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to take that risk versus reward factor as everyone works their way around here at this point. We follow on board the OBS World by SimSim machine that does hold on to the top spot here, the number 66 entry, putting down a time of 109.089, only 83 thousandths of a second ahead of Movano Sim Racing team. Porsche versus BMW, and Race Onion there in third, about 2.5 tenths off of that top time overall. Once again, the disparity among the three classes. And truthfully here, Joe, you did talk about it, that this is a driver's track, but I would expect that Acura to have maybe a little bit of an advantage here. That car is known as being a little bit more darty, a little bit more nimble around some slower speed corners, so watch for them to have a little bit of a good run, potentially. Alpha Sim Sports Red, another Porsche, currently in 5th place, about 7 tenths of a second off of that best time. As here they come in. It looks like they're just trying to maybe warm up the tires a little bit. It's about 88 degrees Fahrenheit on track right now, as we've got Movano Sim Racing team and the BMW jumping up to the top of the charts there by about 2 tenths of a second. But as I was saying, 88 degrees Fahrenheit, 67 degrees Fahrenheit in the air right now. A beautiful Southern California day, but maybe track temperatures a little bit colder than these drivers would particularly like, and that could play in, especially off of the start of this race.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up the start, because that's going to be the big thing to it. Obviously, when they come in for pit stops, they do have some tire warmer things going on for all the various classes, so that's going to help them get back out there and get up to temperature quickly. But at the start of the race, all the tires are going to be so much cooler because they've been sitting on the grid and then trundling around for the very short pace lap to try and get going. And down into that first corner, down into Toyota, you really don't want to have cold tires and get caught out by your braking zone. You really need to be aware of the differences, because it does change the brake lengths when these tires are not fully up to the correct pressures and temperatures.
Yeah, and especially here in the GTP machinery, we have to remember that this is a brake-by-wire system, and actually 2 different kinds of braking systems that go into these cars. The rear wheels, completely independent from the front wheels, and so that can really change it. Do not be surprised if when we see an onboard or 2, you actually see some brake bias adjustments going into the first corner to try to get everything right. The number 37 machine, Alpha's Esports Red, going to dive down into pit lane. Looks like they picked up a little bit of damage there in their Porsche, and so that lap is going to be discounted. As everyone trying to chase down on that number 6 machine right now, we have about less than 5 minutes to go here in qualifying for the GTPs. Here's the number 17 machine working their way around. This is Alpha Esports Purple. They're down in 13th. They're going to want to try to move their way up through the field. Obviously, you want to get a better grid position here, as overtaking is such a premium around this Long Beach circuit. But, Joe, the other thing is, well, we've got to almost treat this like a little bit of an oval race, in that you want to be farther up through the field so you can avoid any incidents coming down into the first couple of corners on this opening lap.
Not just in that, but in the pit stops, too. You have to remember, it's a short lap, so you can find yourself susceptible to going a lap down. So you want to time those right because of the full course yellows that we could potentially have during the race. Over 4 hours, I know it said 90% chance. I'd almost wager it's 100% chance over a 4-hour race compared to what we typically see in real life with about 90 minutes to an hour around this circuit. So you have to really be on your toes because you don't want to pit and find yourself trapped a lap down.
No, you certainly do not. Although those yellow flag periods, the safety car periods, will help out a little bit. As the 17 gets out of the way, they're clearing some space for some cars coming up behind them here at this point. Movano's SimRacing team still leads the way over OBS World by Simsa, Race Onion, Team Fordzilla, and Beerskin by Simsa, your top 5. This is BC Vault by Simsa in 9th place at the moment. They find themselves about 1.3 seconds off of that top time as they bring their way through the back half of the circuit right now. Maybe a little bit of contact there with the outside barriers, and Joe, especially in qualifying, that can be a real danger, not only because of the damage to the car that we were mentioning earlier, but that will actually discount your lap time here on the iRacing service.
Exactly. For those not familiar, if you go off track outside of the boundaries, or if you hit a wall, it is considered an incident point. And even if you just tap it light enough that it gets what is called a 0x, which is, it doesn't give you the incident point, but it says you made the contact, then at that point, the lap is deleted and you have to go back around and start another one. So I didn't see damage on the car, though. They definitely made a little bit of contact, so this one won't count for the 47 team. But I think the biggest concern for them is more just that they did not hurt the car with that little bit of a touch. As we're watching the 66 now, still about 2/10 off of Movano Sim Racing, that number 6 machine. And let's see, how much time do we have left here? I think we're down to the last 5 minutes or so of this session, so they're running out of chances.
Yeah, running out of chances here, although they'll be relatively happy, I think, to be starting up in that front row. They're going to cross over the stripe here at the moment. That'll be a 109.690 for them. It's about 0.6 of a second off of their best time, so that's not going to be a good run there for them. They're going to have to re-rack, restack, and try again as they come down through what is arguably the most treacherous portion of this track down into that fountain section. Always very difficult. Here is the Pure Sims Esports team, currently in 7th place, one of those Cadillacs that we mentioned. And I've got to say, I don't envy the drivers in the Cadillacs here. We talked a little bit about the differences between the cars, talking about how that Acura tends to be a little bit more pointy. Cadillac known as being a little bit more understeery. It's a little bit of a safer car for drivers, but at least for me, in my experience with that General Motors product, I do not want to try to be lugging a understeery car around this Long Beach street circuit.
Yeah, like you said, cars that are a little bit more on point might be a little bit more sketchy at times to try and wrangle, but at a track that is mostly slow corners, you definitely want it, as there is an example of the difficult braking system in these cars, and they're just going to take it over into the runoff and park it because they know their lap is done, and actually the session has officially finished.
Yeah, it's officially finished here at this point as the majority of the drivers are going to be down onto pit lane at the moment. Drivers will be able to finish their flying lap. That's going to include Team Fordzilla, which will come across the line here. Looks like that will be an improvement for the 966 BMW, making out to a provisional BMW lockout up at the top of the field. So a good run there for Juanma Gomez in that machine. So they'll be pretty happy with that. Obviously, the defending champions here in the OBS Endurance Cup when we were running an all-GT lineup last time around. Team Fordzilla, very dominant. They're going to be hoping to continue their performance on in this new season with the prototype entries that have entered into this OBS Endurance Championship powered by HundredForce.
It was mighty close at the top. It came down to 0.07 of a second between the pole and second place. It's not over, though, because the 66 looks like they're going to complete this lap. They must have hit the time line in time. A 109.0 is not going to set them up the order, although it was an improvement on time. But that means the top 3 were all within 0.1 of a second of each other.
That is a remarkably close time here, and that's exactly the kind of stuff that we want to see. And I really and truly think that that means this race is going to come down to traffic management. You're going to hear us say this time and time again over the course of the 4 hours here for the 400 miles of California. Traffic giveth and the traffic taketh away, and we are going to see just how much it giveth and just how much it taketh away. But the other thing to keep in mind here is we saw drivers headed down pit lane. We ought to talk about this pit lane entry here, Joe, because it is not easy. It's really just a jink off to the right, a break in the barriers for the oval racers in the community, very akin to the pit entry at the Milwaukee Mile, frankly. It's not easy to get right, and it is perilous to get wrong.
And honestly, it's typically what you think of when you talk about, oh, well, you got to really try and get it right. You got to charge the cones. In this case, it's not so much charging the cones as here is the results, as we were talking about with the 6 taking the pole position. It's the fact that, like you said, it's almost kind of a slalom to get in there, and it's walls on either side. So in this case, when you get it wrong, it's not just you get a speeding penalty. You can actually hurt the car because you could run into concrete.
Yeah, you can. It can be very, very difficult. As we take a look down through the order there, 11th through 15th, about 2 seconds off the pace there for Altus Esports. That's going to be a little bit tough for them to come back from, I'd have to imagine. The good news for them is they still find themselves about, call it 5 seconds ahead of that LMP3 class. So it's not like they're going to have LMP3s crawling up behind them. There should still be enough of a gap in between those two cars. Well, we take a look here at the street circuit as there are some other street circuits in use this weekend. It's worth taking to note here that Long Beach, really the blueprint of how a modern street circuit should be conducted. Obviously, the oldest street circuit being the Monaco Grand Prix, but Long Beach, a long and storied history here in Southern California, and really laid down the groundwork of just how these types of races can go forward. And any street race that we see today has to trace its origin back to this Grand Prix.
Yeah, it's the longest running street race in North America, even. So it's definitely built up a lot of history. It's seen a lot of famous names come through and really establish themselves. And being able to race it in the sim is absolutely a joy. It's just as scary, but it's still a whole bunch of fun. It gives you a lot more appreciation, I think, of what the real drivers have to experience around here as we get a nice above shot of what it looks like now. And that's the other thing. This track also kind of developed this area. I mean, you know this probably a little bit better than I do, DJ, since you've actually lived here.
Yeah, I mean, this very much has become synonymous with the Long Beach area. Indeed, it was the first inkling I had of Southern California before I moved out this way. And this whole area has grown up, and it is a massive, massive boon to the local economy. We're about 1 minute away from starting things off as we take a little bit of a look at the Queen Mary out here. Spooky season officially out of the way here at this point, but any of you who do live in Southern California, I highly recommend you head over to the haunted houses that they do, as it is very, very cool and very freaky to be able to go on through. But enough about Southern California. I see Barney the Flagman waving the checkered flag, and we roll on over into the official race session here for the 4 hours of Long Beach. As we get ready to get going here, Joe, what are you going to be looking for here today? What are your keys to the race?
Stay out of trouble. Stay out of trouble. That is the biggest thing that you can do, and you've probably got a good result in your hands.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that. And the other big thing to keep in mind here, I think, when we talk about that is going to be traffic management as a way to keep out of trouble, particularly for these GTP cars. They need to pick the opportunities where they decide to be able to make their passes. Patience going to be a huge part of that as we get ready to go under racing here, as everything gets ready to be able to play. Drivers forming up on the grid here at Long Beach. As is tradition, we've got a little bit of a different way to do this. As is tradition here in the OBS Endurance Cup powered by HundredForce, we get ready to take through the grid here as we look back through the order. It is Justinas Bumbilas lining up there alongside Jatautis for Over the Limit Racing Red in that GT3 category. Watch out for them. Only a mere tenth of a second separating the two. That's going to be a very close running there for them. Moving back through the order, we see Tuda Motorsports in the first Ferrari in the field, and indeed a Ferrari lockout of row 2 with Altus Esports in the number 71 lining up in 4th position. Moving back into row 3, it's Blue by TC in a Porsche alongside AKM Racing UK. Lee Kim Maggie leading the way there for the BMW crowd in the GT3 category. Moving back into 7th position, it's Valkyrie Competition in the 177. And Vilnius Tech, Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech, will be lining up in 8th place. 9th place is Over the Limit Racing Blue, and Robbie McAfee lines up in top 10 for Sapphire Sim Sports Alpha, Joe.
In 11th, HundredForce is going to be in the 171 machine, followed by PPF Racing Team. Klepika's starting off for them in his Porsche. On the inside of the next row, 13th will be Trail Breaking Races with Lepre beside Sibas in the Trispalv Esports, number 148, starting 14th here today. On to the next row, you've got Yellow Submarine Squad starting off in 15th, followed by Icarus International in the 16th position in their Ferrari. Then NP17, SR Technic, and the Reniverse by Tomedo starting in P18 in their BMW. Starting in P19, the Ferrari of Turbo Turtles will be flanked by 4X Racing. And 20th, 21st goes to Verano Motorsport with 4X Racing starting in 22nd. DJ?
And then in 23rd, it'll be that 4X Racing entry with Robert Gilbert leading out the rest of your GT3 field. As we move on up into the LMP3 category, it's SRB Motorsports Lorenios leading the way there over SRB Motorsports R&R in the 237 machine. Not a lot separating them, so keep an eye on that battle. Litkugas will be there in P3 for Beaver Grease Racing, with Beaver Grease Racing plus teammates lining up next to each other in row 2 of that grid. As we move back into row 3, it's SRB Motorsports G&E, followed by SRB Motorsports by Latinga Zelenskis with a good qualifying run, only about 0.8 of a second off of pole position. Keep an eye there on them. 7th will be Owen Bull with 4X Racing Orange, followed by Marcin Junk in ANR Endurance Esports 58. As MTS Garage will line up in P9, and there you see the 222 for Vidigas Pack Racing in P10.
Locals Autosports starts in 11th with Locals Autosports Black, their sister team, right next to them. Then in 13th, it is Yellow by TC, followed by SimSpot Racing on their outside in the number 88. Of course, the 4SR Racing in 15th with ANR Endurance Esport in 16th. Then in P17, you go to the Yellow Submarine Squad, followed by 2 to go Green in P18.
In the top position here, in the top class here, it is going to be Movado SimRacing Team Timo Rorda leading the way in that BMW, followed by Team Fordzilla with Juan Manuel Gomez in P2. Lining up in 3rd position, it'll be OBS World by Simsa with Alexander Walton putting that Porsche into 3rd, and then Race Onion lines up in the 4th place, only 0.4 of a second off, so keep an eye on that. Pure Sims Esports line up 5th place, followed by Alpha Esports Red with Camilo Dahan in the number 37 machine. Moving back into the next row, it's Beerskin by Simsa in that Porsche, lining up alongside a Cadillac in Kundalis for Slow and Confused. 9th place will be the BC Vault by Simsa. Jordy Spetkins will round out your top 10 for Alpha Esports by G Performance.
Of course, we've got ATRS Community starting in 11th, followed by Grow Racing Team, flanking them in 12th position. as we head on into the next row. It is Alpha Esports Purple starting 13th with Flat Out Racing, Michael Cook in that machine starting 14th on the grid. And then the last of the GTPs is Altus Esports for Matt Danson, who has been given a penalty and will start from the back.
And we are lucky enough to be able to be joined by Timo Rorda here, your pole sitter. Timo, a great lap to be able to put that together. How crucial is it to be starting on pole position for this race?
Well, especially in traffic, where this will be very important, because the race isn't about qualifying. It's way much important to get on in the race and don't crash.
As you roll off of the grid here at this point, I mean, how much just are you focusing on really worrying out for that traffic, and how much are you going to be focusing in on the outright pace? If somebody makes an attack on you coming up from behind, are you worried about it, or are you going to let the race come to you?
Well, I am worried about it because this track is so hard to race side by side. So yeah, it will be hard, and I don't want to fight too much. I just want to go until the end.
We'll go until the end. I have to imagine that's going to be a huge key here for you. You work your way down into the first corner, and Timo, we'll let you get through your pre-race preparations here at this point. Best of luck to you and the rest of the Movano SimRacing team.
Thank you.
Right, that is your pole sitter there, Timo Rorda. A great run for him to be able to qualify this car into pole position, as he talked about there. Very, very key, I think, Joe. And what he was saying there, qualifying not as important as we may think it is. It's really about that traffic management and just staying out of trouble.
Absolutely, and drivers are going to have to work hard at trying to make sure they make the right decisions at the right time out here, because yeah, you know, I simplify it by saying stay out of trouble, but like you were pointing out earlier, there's a lot that goes into it to try and make sure that you do stay out of that trouble, because you can do something that you think, well, this probably will work well for me, but you know, you don't know what everybody else is doing. You almost have to kind of read the body language, is what we call it, of the other cars to understand what's going to be happening. As it looks like the pace car is getting ready to peel off, and we've already got drivers warming tires, ready to get going.
Well, the good news for them is track temperature has raised just a little bit here. It's up to about 95 degrees Fahrenheit, so good running there for them, as there is that Team Fordzilla machine working their way along. We will have a two-file start off here, particularly... Oh! As that's roared off into the side, contact there right off of the beginning of the race. He's going to have to hustle to get his way back up through the order here and worry about a little bit of damage on the front of the car. Looks like he's going to slot into order, as that is going to be Team Fordzilla that may have the start here. This could be a little bit of a strange starting procedure, making way there for that Movano SimRacing team as they come around here at this point. Thankfully, it looks like they are going to, I think, abort this lap. They're going to have another go-around, but peril starting here from the absolute drop of the flag.
Now, they've let them back in, like you said, and they're going to try and come around again, but there is damage on the front of the number 6. It is very visible on the left, driver's left of the nose, so they're going to be at a severe disadvantage on this start. And I kind of wondered about that decision initially when they went side by side around the hairpin. Usually you go single file and then, you know, double up as soon as you come out of it. These cars don't have the turn radius to try and go side by side through there usually.
No, they don't. And we have to remember that, yes, these are prototype machines, but they are a little bit heavier than we've normally seen. That's because of the batteries that have to be put in this car. And so that weight that is put in as a result of it severely limits that tight turning radius. And so that is something to watch out for. But my goodness gracious, talk about drama off the drop of the green here at this point. Joe, I can't remember seeing something like that happen since the drop of the green. Absolutely remarkable here, and I think for the rest of that Movano SimRacing team, they have just got to hope that that damage is frankly just to the front clip of the car and that there isn't anything else in the suspension work that is damaged.
Yeah, I'm kind of flummoxed, to be honest. I'm with you. I've never seen something like that before at the start of this race in any other series. So here we go. We'll get a second try at it. And it does look like they're going to stay single file this time on the restart, but the damage has literally been done. I think this is going to be a hard slog for the 6 car.
All right, now we form up double file here, coming onto the main straightaway as Timo Rorda will lead this field around to green. That is him in the number 6 machine as all eyes turn towards the flag stand, and we get ready to go here in Southern California as there goes the green, and we are racing in Long Beach. It's a little bit of a slow getaway there from Team Fordzilla as the field starts to fan out behind them. Good getaway from Movano SimRacing team as everyone fans their way down into the corner. That's going to be Alexander Walton already taking up a position for OBS World by Simsa as they fan themselves out down into the fountain section.
A little bit of side-by-side farther down, about 4th or 5th place, but everybody's very careful through there. I think they know this is a long race, and they might as well take it easy, as it looks like LMP3s have already started as well, or into the fountain section.
Yeah, GT3's also going along there as well, and now here is the moment for Rorda that he's got to be doing 2 things at once. He not only has to be trying to lead this race and extracting the maximum lap time, but I also have to imagine he's trying to feel out that car a little bit and see if there is any significant damage that is holding that number 6 BMW back.
Also had a spin from the Alpha Esports purple car, which has turned themselves around, but they briefly held up some of the leaders. And the GT3s have also started. They've already gotten through the fountain section, at least the leaders have. A lot of single file there, too, although, oh my goodness, it's almost a parking lot at the back as everybody's trying to wait patiently.
Yeah, and that's what can happen there. That concertina, that accordion effect that we oftentimes talk about, it can certainly come back to bite you as Timo Rorda sets the fastest lap of the race, the first benchmark, a 1:15.120. And there you can see the fine margins that they are playing with, working their way through this fountain section as they try to be able to get as much as they can, working their way forward. Here they come down through the back half of the circuit right now. Rorda continues to lead OBS World by Simsa. That's, that's Tony Ryan, or that is Alexander Walton, that was able to get that good run coming back up through. The Porsche is starting to put a little bit of pressure here onto the back of the BMW.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they haven't dropped down more quickly, because I figured that they would not have the speed with the damage on the front of that car. But as we thought we were watching a replay briefly, looks like we are seeing them come down the back stretch, but not sure exactly. Did they have a clip with the wall here coming out of the back straightaway? No, everything clean so far.
Oh, we do have a couple of cars around. That's going to be the Pure Sims Esports 116 that looks like they have spun around here at this point, and that is going to be coming out of the hairpin, as there is one of the Cadillacs as well spun. That is that 116 that we talked about. Pure Sims, maybe just a little bit of an issue there where they goose the throttle a little bit coming off of the hairpin. Very, very easy to do. We're going to try to take a look as here we go, working their way up through the field. It's time for traffic here at Long Beach.
Already, because they've spread the start so far apart, they're having to deal with these GT3 cars. And right now, Damian Cross going to try and stay out of the way of the 2 leaders. This has really helped out Walton in the OBS World by Simsa 66. He was close behind that 6 car, but now he lost ground there in turn onto the back stretch there. So it looks like he'll have to try again later. Oh, we got a car on its roof, the ATRS Community 75. And that is absolutely a safety car.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and we wait for the official call of that safety car. As there you see them slowing down, coming out of the hairpin. Safety car officially been called after just dealing with a little bit of traffic coming through the back half of the circuit, and immediately cars diving down into pit lane there, probably trying to take a little bit of a splash and dash, maybe try to see if they can change their strategy around a little bit.
Yeah, the beer skin by Simsacar was the one end. Surprised the 6 didn't try and get some of that damage repaired, but I guess they're happy with it, especially since their pace is okay. So what happened on this one was down into turn 1. The 75 just overshot the first corner, and then, as often happens, other drivers coming in don't know what's around that corner, DJ, and they got hit directly by Flat Out Racing's number 21 and turned them completely upside down.
Yeah, and that really is one of the perils here of racing around Long Beach. We don't often talk about a lot of those super blind corners on a street circuit, as we normally think they're relatively flat, but the concrete barriers around the side is there. We take a look at exactly what happened coming on through, just lost the rear end of the car, and massive damage coming on in. There it is, exactly what you said, Joe. Nothing for really either of those drivers to be able to do.
See a couple other of our GTPs in. Looks like Pure Sims Esports, number 116, Flat Out Racing 21. Obviously, they were involved in the incident. They're coming in to try and get some repairs. And now I think some of the LMP3s as A&R, the number 59, has come on in, and I think they're actually already on their way out. So I'm not sure if that was any damage repair for them.
Yeah, not sure if that was any damage repair for them or not. There, as you see that 999 machine up in front of the field, that is the safety car that leads us around here at this point. So that will keep us under yellow flag conditions as it goes. Now, this is slotted to be a 205-lap race, 200 laps to go there. You can see at the top of your screen is it's happened again. The number 6 missing it, and Carnage behind.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know exactly, because this time they were single file. Not sure why the car just would not steer, and you're right that those behind had to try and check up. I think there was only contact between one of the GT3s and Race Onion. I think 4X Racing Purple potentially making that little bit of a touch. So they're going to get away with it without more damage happening to different cars, but it's certainly caused quite a bit of issues, that hairpin, more than I think we anticipated this early in the race.
Yeah, it certainly has here at this point. I mean, it's a big point of consternation here as they try to work their way on through. I did not think that we would be having this much of a problem with it here at this point, but clearly I am wrong about that. We've got a lot of problems taking their place, and you know, the couple of laps that we had up to speed here for Movano's SimRacing team, it didn't look like they had that many problems. It looked like they were able to keep everything up to speed, but clearly having problems at the slower speed. And I think that goes to show you the lack of the mechanical grip on these GTP cars really coming to bear. They need those higher speeds. They need just even that little bit of aerodynamics to be able to get themselves working around.
So we've got 2 race control decisions so far as we start to get, I think, some of the wave arounds for the GT3s that need to get back with their class leader. The 245 car was given a warning for going against traffic after the accident. Now, that's not something you usually have to talk about at most tracks, but here, because of the runoff at the ends, or lack of runoff, really, the escape roads, obviously drivers need to be very, very careful about how they return in. So that's probably involved in that, and that is the SRB Motorsports car that I think had that spin at the very start. And then car number 59 also has a warning for rear-ending another car. I didn't quite see what happened there, but that's down in the LMP3s. That's the A&R Endurance machine with Sean Shizam currently in that car.
Yeah, and so that is going to be penalties issued there, and we'll keep you abreast of those. Race control obviously keeping themselves very busy here early on as we pace around for another lap under safety car conditions. And I wonder here, Joe, I've been thinking about it a little bit more. I wonder if that initial damage on the front of the Movano SimRacing team with Timo Rorta behind the wheel of the car, I wonder if that maybe could be what led to that second incident that we saw, that maybe there is a little bit of steering damage on that machine, and they're finding themselves just in a little bit of a problem in terms of getting that car slowed at slow speeds.
Yeah, that's a good point. That there could be some unseen damage that we don't quite fully understand on the car that is hurting the steering, the handling of it. I mean, at speed, obviously it seems to be fine, but something might be amiss in the slower corners. Also getting a drive-through penalty for the 11 car, and that was for contact with the 116 machine. That would be Beerskin by Simsa, who we saw come into pit lane. So that explains why we saw them pit. They must have gotten damage from that contact they made.
Yeah, I wonder if that was maybe some of the contact that we saw coming down through the hairpin on the latter stages of the lap as they worked their way back around here. Well, we saw what OBS World by Simsa was able to do off of that initial restart with a great run there by Alexander Walton. And I've got to wonder here, now that as we stack up behind the safety car, if we could potentially see that again here for that number 66 Porsche. We heard Timo Rorda, saying, if somebody tries to make a pass on me, I'm not going to be too aggressive. If I'm one of these drivers, I'm certainly going to note that here at this point, try to keep that in my mind, and maybe we'll see them work their way on through as they come down out of the hairpin here. Keeping an eye on that 999 safety car. We'll have one more lap of yellow flag conditions as the clock continues to tick away. About 16 minutes down here in the second round of the OBS Endurance Cup by HundredForce.
Now, let's not forget that there's two prongs to the distance on this race. That is either 205 laps or 4 hours. Now, these caution laps do eat into the time, and they've got about 3 hours and 47 minutes left to go. So it's still very early, and things could, of course, change later on. But obviously, whether or not they make the 205 laps is its own thing, because you can see it's still 197 to go. So they might not go the full race distance for this if we get a lot of these cautions and if they are particularly messy.
Yeah, exactly. Particularly messy, and we mean by that certainly in terms of the scruffiness on track, building out a lot of those cautions, as well as if the lap times just fall down a little bit, that we certainly could see a situation where, as a result of traffic, that slows the pace of the field down here a little bit. And again, we harp on this once more, but a 1.9 mile circuit, that means we saw it about 2 laps of green flag conditions, and we were already catching the back of that GT3 field. So this is going to be a very, very frenetic race for these drivers. It's going to be very akin to what California traffic is like to begin with, even before the craziness that took place earlier this week with the fire on the 10.
Yeah, exactly. And let's not forget, each of these restarts means another opportunity for the fountain section too to cause problems. So usually it's just the initial start of the race that's a danger zone, at least on iRacing, because typically full course cautions are not a thing that you see here on the roadside. So in this version, now they've got to really keep their wits about them, because they're all going to be stacked up once again on each and every restart. And if something happens up at the front, then everybody behind gets affected.
Yeah, everyone behind will be affected by that as we have another lap of safety car conditions here at this point. Just trying to get the field all sorted out behind here at the moment. And I do love the fact that we actually have a real safety car that comes out here. It's one of the things about this series that I really, really enjoy. There are plenty of other series that I call that it's a virtual safety car or something like that. But I love the commitment here from the OBS Endurance Cup that everything comes together and we have a real safety car that paces us around. Track temperatures have fallen down by about 1 degree Fahrenheit here at this point, so that's certainly going to help things out a little bit. 94, right about in that Goldilocks zone that we really like to talk about, where drivers aren't going to have to worry too much about keeping those tire temperatures up, and they're also going to be able to drive pretty much within the limits of the car and not have to worry about anything. But of course, as I say that, we see some weaving there out of Timo Rorda, just trying to make sure that he gets those tires up to the full temperature that they need to be.
Yep, and just like in real life, that's kind of a necessity in these cars because they've cooled down. If you're not really running at 10/10ths, a lot of parts of the car don't run at full temperature, and they do model that here in iRacing. The brakes, all the various parts, the temperature of the engine and whatnot, all are taken into account. And it looks like the pace car has pulled away, so they're now going to get ready for this restart. Let's cross our fingers that the 6 car can make the hairpin.
Yeah, indeed. We don't want to see another stack up here, bringing it back on in through, and we'd love to see some green flag racing for the OBS Endurance Cup, powered by HundredForce here as they go. Safety car in this lap. The official message from race control being given out here is it is going to be Timo Rorda leading Alexander Walton. Wama Gomez going to be right behind them as they come down through the hairpin. It looks like that number 6 has been able to clear through it nice and cleanly as there goes the green back into the air. We are back under racing conditions, and hopefully with a single file restart here at this point, that will help to fan things out a little bit more. Big gap being developed between that Team Fordzilla entry as there's a little bit of side-by-side farther back in the field between Race Onion and Alpha Esports Red.
But up at the front, thankfully, that's looking nice and spread out. So that helps out tremendously right there. Down the LMP3 is kind of similar situation. It's all very single file for them as we watch the leaders head back down along Shoreline Drive towards Takate Turn. This is where you've got one of those few places of elevation change across the track and the ever critical turn onto Seaside Way.
Yeah, just trying to hold everything together here at this point. Remember, trying to make sure that these track temperatures, or that these tire temperatures come up to a reasonable area here at this point. Movano SimRacing continues to lead the way. It's SRB Motorsport leading the way in the LMP3 category, and 10/10ths leading the way there back in the GT3s. Clear through the hairpin this time as we give our first look back to that LMP3 category here at this point. That is your leader, the 245 up in front. That is Loreños leading the way here and having a nice little healthy margin. I won't call that too big of a gap here at this point, but certainly doing a nice job with it.
And DJ, there are so many cars racing out around this short lap that they're already 2/3 away around the back of the field. So they're going to probably catch them within the next 2 laps or so at the back of the GT3s. Looking, though, at the front of that group coming around the hairpin, it is a tight fight between 10/10ths and Altus Esports, along with, honestly, Tuda Motorsport and Valkyrie Competition. Top 4 are split by nothing.
Yeah, they are absolutely all on top of each other here at this point. One of the slower LMP3s up in front of them. 10/10ths is going to be able to hold off to a little bit of an advantage here. Altus closing in behind. Battle of different manufacturers here as Mercedes leads Ferrari at the moment, and a trail of Ferraris there. Altus, Tuta, and Valkyrie Competition all running in behind. They work their way down through turn 4 here at the moment, clobbering over the curbs there as they run, as it looks like we may have had a little bit of a stack up farther back in that GT3 field. Oh, that is not the way you want to take the hairpin.
Wow, 3 wide, and they actually kind of get away with it. It was clumsy, but I've seen a lot worse through there, and I'm kind of impressed that they managed to get away with that.
Yeah, as am I. That's not normally something that you see being able to fire off here. Up at the front of that OBSP or GTP category here at this point, they continue to work their way on through. Team Fordzilla with Juan Gomez behind the wheel of the car, holding in behind. Remember, we said they had a little bit of a bad start. Looks like they've been able to recover here at this point to close that gap under a second to OBS World by Simsa up in front of them. But it is Timo Rorda that works to hit their way around here at the moment. Now, they only have about 2 seconds to make up. As look at this train leading their way back down through in the GTP category. That is Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech leading over the Lemon Racing Red, and an absolute smattering of cars here coming down the main straightaway.
Yep, so battle for 6th position being followed by 3 other cars right now behind them as we jump back to our leaders. I think catching the traffic, yeah, indeed. Rorda is already in the thick of the GT3s. He's got the 27 car just in front of him. That's 19th currently in the GT3 category, and this is not the place where you typically want to catch them because this is one of the twistier and narrow parts.
Yeah, this is a really difficult section to be able to catch traffic in. Going to move to the left-hand side of the track before diving onto the binders there, and Aaron LMP3 up in front of them as they move their way by the number 3 machine. That's the Renverse by Tomedo car. Almost a little bit of contact there with that GTP or that GT3 up in front. That's 2 to go green, that they're able to work their way around. A little bit of a moment to breathe here as they go, and a nice little gap starting to develop with OBS SimWorld by Simsa. That aggressiveness that we saw there out of Team Aurora coming to play here for the BMW team.
Yeah, it's gotten them a nice little gap here. Oh, we got a stack up though. Track blockage, actually. Cars are scattering. Thankfully, everybody's pretty heads up, but once again, 3 wide, and I think Fordzilla had made a little bit of contact in there along with 2 other cars. I don't think we had a full-on accident, but it definitely was a traffic jam.
Yeah, it certainly was. Team Fordzilla lost, it looks like, 3 positions as a result of that. They're all the way back down. Race Onion able to gain 2, and that Acura moves its way into second place. As there you see Juan Magomez trying to fight his way back up through. Now that's Camilo Dahan up in front, the Dayatch driver that they're trying to close, or the Benelux driver, excuse me, that he's trying to close in on. And now he's got, or Team Aurora has another driver to worry about behind him. That's Ben Snemethi. For Race Onion that is going to be closing in that Acura. That's the battle that you see on screen.
And I saw it looked like the Turbo Turtles Ferrari has some big damage on the right front of their car, so not sure what that was involved in, but they looked a little slow in places, causing some issues for the other classes to try and get by. You always have to be very cognizant of that sort of stuff because you might think you know how the other class, what sort of speeds they're supposed to do, but you don't know if they're dealing with something that you just aren't aware of and you get the timing wrong.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to be very, very careful about that. As looked like there for a second, Rorda may have been slowed down ever so slightly coming through the hairpin by the cars in front of him, but thankfully able to get around them. That was Lee King Maggie that he was able to move their way around. We check back into the GT3 battle. As some damage there to the front of the 10/10ths machine. Your former leader missing the front nose clip.
We've seen this before on some of the Mercedes that this can happen, but they've been able to keep the pace up. At least some of them have, although they've been obviously highly disadvantaged by that in places. Also, a race control giving a warning to our leader, the 6, for blocking the road on the last hairpin, and a drive-through for the 117 car for contact, damaging the 315. That would be transport engineering by Vilnius Tech.
Yeah, also hearing that the race start is under review for the LMP3 class, so that is something else to keep an eye on, as they are the LMP3s working their way through the GTP category, or the GT3 category rather, as they try to be able to sort themselves out a little bit. Flash of the headlights there for 10/10ths with Mobilis, just maybe trying to get into the head of Joby Stewart for Altus Esports. So these LMP3s work their way on by. Little bit of a half-hearted look down to the inside into turn 1, but that's going to come to naught here. A little bit of a wiggle for that Ferrari. Now this is a new model here to iRacing, the 296 Ferrari, as that's actually a little bit of a lap traffic, I believe, that they're trying to get their way around. But this Ferrari, new to the sim, new to real world, it experienced its first racing action last year. And Joe, you and I were present actually for the first win in North America for this new model.
Absolutely, out at Sonoma. It certainly proved itself quite quickly, and as they come down into the backstretch once again, 71 leading this train of cars. Now that the leaders had their issues with the damage, we're starting to see the effects, losing out on that track position, that which, as we said, was so critical. Getting a black flag for the 11. Okay, that was the one that we saw before, so that was the one I had already reported on. Now the question I think is going to be is if they can get that 10 car to hold up everyone behind them. This is a great opportunity for Stewart to take that Altus Esports car up and away and put some distance between themselves and their rivals.
Yeah, I have to fully agree with you there, and I think that is going to be the awareness as they're your leaders, your leader, I should say, in the OBSP category, works their way on through, as well as that Race Onion Acura trying to fight their way on through, getting closed up here behind. We're going to jump back and take a look at a replay coming down. This is in the LMP3 class. Little bit of a stack up there coming down in through turn one.
A little double pirouettes by both of them, unfortunately, and thankfully did not block the track. Again, that's another one of those spots, where things can go awry, and one of the Acuras nearly got taken out by the damaged Mercedes, it looked like.
Yeah, that's that Race Onion machine. That's Bensi Namithi that we talked about there, trying to fight their way on through. Now, that could be a little bit of an opportunity here for your third place in the GT3 category. That is going to be the Tutu Motorsports Nagaviskas fighting their way on through here. So the 37 works their way on by the Alpha Esports red entry. The Porsche running fourth in class right now. This is that main battle in the GT3 category, and it looks like, to your point earlier, Joe, Job Stewart for that Altus Esports team kind of getting exactly what they want here at this point with that stack up from SR from 10/10ths.
Well, I have bad news for the team. They've just been given a drive-through penalty for a dive bomb, which is interesting. That must have been on the Mercedes, I would imagine, because it's not a car. They're not lapping usually, and I just found it. It was into the hairpin. They kind of elbowed their way into the lead. So they're going to have to serve that black flag and give up the lead, and it goes right back to 10/10ths.
Oh my goodness gracious. That is a car coming out of pit lane here at the moment. Now that's one of the Acuras that appears to be the 75 machine, trying to come back onto the track here and just giving space to the drivers in front of them. Good heads up there for them to be able to do that, I have to say. Now that is the ATRS community machine as they work their way back out onto the track. Here is your third placed car, as we've got a little bit of a battle starting to play out for second in class in the OBSSP entry right now. The OBS World by Simsa car with Juan Magomez. Remember, they got caught out by that big coming together, that stack up down into the hairpin at the end of the lap. They look like they're trying to fight back here at this point, trying to gain that second place back from Race Onion.
Yeah, it might seem silly, but it is so important to have that track position, because you can see they're right on top of them, and yet they have nowhere to pass here. They're going to have to set themselves up well. If you're a pretty good defender, I mean, even a decent defender, and, well, they're going to let them by, at least for now. If you're a pretty good defender, then you can find yourself holding off a faster car for multiple laps. As here we go, battle for what should be the lead up in GT3s.
This is actually the battle for P2 in the GT3s there.
What will be the lead?
What will be the lead? Oh, that's right, with Altus having that penalty. Thank you, Joe. I confused myself there for a moment. But yeah, trying to fight their way back up through here at this point. Tutu Motorsport clearly knows that they need to make this move, and they need to make it quickly here as they run, as they know what is at stake. Looks to the inside, coming down the back straightaway into turn 9. As they just tried to see if there was anything to play there. Didn't look like there was. So they're going to, I think, smartly hold in line here and just keep applying pressure. And they will no doubt be aware of the damage on that Mercedes in front of them.
It is not a good day to be a leader in this race. SRB Motorsports, the 245, has been given a drive-through for a false start now. They're the leaders in the LMP3s. Remember, we had the damage for the number 6 right at the beginning of this race. We've seen the GT3 leader get a drive-through penalty. Now the LMP3 leader's getting the same thing. I mean, I said stay out of trouble. I thought, like you said, DJ, it was going to be for traffic, not for all this other stuff.
No, is certainly race stewards keeping themselves very busy here early on. And that is not, I'm sure, what they wanted to have to be doing this morning, although a little bit part and parcel when you're racing around Long Beach. We keep our eye on this battle right now for what will become P1 in the GT3 category when that Altus Esports Ferrari does come down into pit lane. And I think for that Ferrari, that they just need to absolutely push here at this point, try to exert their speed as much as possible, and maybe try to hope that when things come back around here a little bit, that they'll find themselves in position to be able to maybe fight back through the field. Side by side for P2, though, in the GTP category, as that's going to be OBS World by Simsa fighting back. But Walton has to lose position to Nemithi with a brave move around the outside of turn 1.
Wow. And they are in a fierce battle here, along with traffic. Let's not forget, those are the LMP3s that they're having to fight with here, as they're going to be able to just about sneak by the pair of them and carry on, hopefully a little bit more clear, because that was the thick of the traffic there for a moment. Great heads up by Nemithi in that race onion car. I thought that pass was done, frankly.
Yeah, I thought it was too, and Nemithi just able to fight back.
Sorry, we got two cars that are stopped on the track and they're trying to get turned around. It's on a wider portion out of turn 5, but it's Arturas Kundalis and the slowest confused with Alpha Esports by Jeep Performance. And so here is a replay of not that accident, but a different one. 3 wide into the fountain, and as you'd expect, it did not go well.
Yeah, that never really has a penchant to play well when you try to go 3 wide down into the fountain. But here we focus back in on that battle for P2. Walton clearly trying to use a little bit of that LMP3 traffic to fight his way back. This is what you were talking about, Joe.
So I didn't see what caused this. Oh, we've already got damage on the slow and confused machine. The rear wing was missing, and maybe that's what put them side by side, which again, just did not work. We've seen a lot of cases where passes have suddenly gone from a bright moment to a nightmare for these drivers.
Yeah, and it's just playing out more and more as they try to navigate their way around this very, very treacherous circuit. There is Alexander Walton. That battle for P2 going to get stuck a little bit behind the Ferrari here at the moment. Now that's going to be Glenn Verburen that he is able to navigate around, but certainly cost him a couple of tenths of a second. Now the other thing they do have to worry about is that other Porsche coming up behind him, Alpha Esports Red. That's Camilo Dahan, doing a very good job of keeping this gap under control. That's Dahan there in that red machine that you saw behind him. As Walton continues to try to battle up through his position, it's getting closer and closer. Now here is 10 tenths. We check back in again on that battle for P2, what will become P1 in the GT3 category. And Joe, you were just telling me off air there a little bit that the leaders up in front kind of have to worry a little bit.
Yeah, so when you're given a black flag, you get 4 laps to serve that. They still haven't served theirs. They're out there. So I don't know when they got it exactly, but they've got to be close now that they have to come in, and now they are. I think they were holding off to the very, very end, hoping that maybe they could, I'm sure there was some stuff behind the scenes we weren't hearing, that they were talking to the stewards trying to argue their case, but it was not successful, and they trundled down the order.
Yeah, they'll fall down the order here at this point as they run. Very unfortunate, and that is going to give the lead over, though, fortunately, too, if you are a 10-10s fan, too, Justinas Bombilis here at this point. Bombilis not looking like he necessarily had the grip coming through the fountain section, as it looks like Tuda Motorsport able to close in behind them a little bit more. I really like what I'm seeing here out of this Ferrari, and Eliminatus doing a fantastic job just keeping the pressure up, not being overly aggressive, not pushing too terribly hard here at this point, but just keeping constant pressure to that car in front and seeing if they can force an error.
Now, I wonder, and I wouldn't think this is a track where you try to do that sort of thing, but I mean, we've seen in real life sometimes it can help you out, DJ. Is he maybe trying to save a little bit of fuel sitting behind him? There's just not very many long straights to do so here.
Yeah, there really aren't. I mean, you're not really going to be able to get the benefit of the draft, but there was a little bit of a look coming off the hairpin. It's really much more about, I think, just keeping that pressure behind. It's not like you're able to lift and coast with the benefit of the draft that normally you would see of being able to keep in close behind like that. So I'm not entirely sure what the strategy is here at the moment for them in terms of that fuel saving. All of that said, you can be able to save a little bit of fuel by lifting and coasting into the corner. But up in the battle in the OBSSP category, OBS World by Simsa, Alexander Walton has been able to get back on by Race Onion, and Bensi Nemithi finds himself back down in P3.
Oof, it's been a rough one for BC Vault lately. They got absolutely shunted into turn 6, into a Takate turn. And then as they tried to return to the track, the very next corner, they ran into another car. I wonder if this is what we're going to see here. This is the initial accident, and I thought I saw that they were missing that rear wing, and this replay confirms it, just making their woes all the worse. Now watch as they leave. Hopefully we'll see. Well, no, we won't. As they return to the track, they turned one of the GT3 cars around.
I wonder if that's going to warrant a second look by the stewards here at this point. That could be an incident that they want to be able to take another look at. Oh, car turned around there on the exit of turn 8, and it looks like that's going to be able to keep things clean and green. I also saw another car turned around on the exit of the hairpin, and that's what we're going to see here. This is Sean Krisham for ANR Endurance. Oh,
safety car is out. Probably for this, I would imagine, if they are stuck facing the wrong way, and indeed they are, trying to find an opening. Even with the safety car, there's just no gaps in the traffic as they slow up now.
Yeah, they slowed themselves up here at this point, and to the surprise of nobody, OBS Worldwide, Simsa, Race Onion, Team Fordzilla, they're going to make an immediate dive down into pit lane, trying to take advantage of this safety car period, and I can't say I blame them there for that. That is a good call for them, bringing themselves down into the pits and attempting to maybe go on off-cycle strategy here just a little bit.
There have been multiple other black flags again. Well, actually, I should say warnings. 532, warning for using in-game chat, which is an interesting one, not one we hear too often. Everybody's usually pretty well behaved in this series. And then the 237 car, warning for a collision with a 315. But yeah, I'm seeing a number of pit stops. I suspect that most of these are not scheduled, though. There's been so much carnage. I'm willing to bet that the majority of these are honestly for drivers just getting damage repaired.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by that either. And we should note here at this point that there are no fast repairs in this series, but because of the modular nature of these cars, as Movano's SimRacing team also coming down into pit lane, can't say I'm surprised by that, because remember, they had the damage off the start of the race, or before the start of the race, rather, making contact with that outside barrier. That's going to give control of the race over to Alpha Esports Red, Camilo DeHaan, that we mentioned a little bit earlier. But as I was saying, because of the modular nature of these cars, the way they are built now, if you do just sustain a little bit of damage on the front of the car, iRacing models that. And so it'll be maybe a 20-second change here to change that front clip and reconfigure that arrow.
Yeah, and for the 10/10ths, that will work out beautifully. I actually have seen that before on the 8 Hours of Fuji. One of the Williams cars had that happen to them, and they were able to have it put back on, and they just went back out, but it obviously hurt them for that first stint. So that's kind of what we were anticipating with the 10, but they've been managing it so well, and luck has been on their side so well that they are still our leaders now that we hit our second full course yellow of the day. Also a warning for car 10. Oh, interesting. Collision with a 71. So that would be one of the other classes, I'm pretty sure. And that is our race leader, so they get away with it this time, but I'm not sure that they'll be able to get away with it twice. How long has Team Fordzilla been? Team Fordzilla pitted 2 minutes ago.
Oh, this is not good for Team Fordzilla. They are now categorized as a lap down. One of the contenders here that we certainly had circled, they are still down in pit lane, as appears to be Yellow Submarine Squad, the 532. That's the LMP3 entry. Both of those cars remaining down in pit lane for what we can only assume here is substantial damage repair.
I'm trying to find it. Oh, they got into a stack up in turn 6 when there was some traffic, and they got rear-ended. So Gomez unfortunately lost the rear wing. They're taking some extensive repairs, and that's also the back of the car close to the gearbox, so that's a big concern for them. You can actually do some serious damage if you get hit the wrong way. And actually, yeah, I'm seeing it now. They have a black and orange flag, the meatball flag, which means they were forced to come down. They were told the car was too dangerous to continue.
Oh, that is not good there for them. Yellow Submarine Squad is going to be able to get out, and it looks like they're going to be able to keep their lap here at this point, but that is not going to be the case for Team Fordzilla. They are still down in pit lane, being categorized here as 2 laps down. All right, let's go ahead and reset your order here. Up at the front of the field, it is Alpha Esports Red over Alpha Esports Purple. Both of those drivers, both of those teams opting to stay out here at this point. Pure Sims Esports finds themselves in 3rd place in the OBSSP category, having pitted on lap 5. Then comes Movano's SimRacing team, Race Onion, and OBS World by Simsa, those 3 cars that we saw battling up for the lead of the race. Meanwhile, back down in the LMP3 category, SRB Motorsports by RR leads the way in the 237. That's Penska Vicious behind the wheel of the car right now. Then it's Mantis and Kerpius there for Beaver Grease Racing Plus and SRB Motorsports by GE. Down in the GT3 field, 10 tenths does continue to lead the way over to Motorsports, and Valkyrie Competition going to be behind them. But the big problem here is that they've got to all kind of sort themselves out here a little bit before we get back to green flag racing, because as things run, this field very jumbled up.
Yep, and they will do wave arounds to try and get drivers who are a lap down from their class leader, but ahead of that class leader in line to try and get through. So that's what you're seeing, as all these cars are being waved through so that they can get onto the same lap as their class leader, or at least 1 lap better, as once again that tricky hairpin causes all kinds of problems. In fact, we got cars stopped back there once again as they try to carefully tiptoe their way through there.
Yeah, just tiptoeing their way through that final section, as that has really and truly become, I think, one of the biggest danger zones on the track. A little bit unsurprising, as it were. It's always a big, big area to watch out for. Those wave arounds are taking place here at this point. As it looks like, still waiting for the Alpha Esports purple machine. There you can actually see it on your screen, that purple machine a little bit farther back, and then the Cadillac for Pure Sims Esports going to be directly behind them. They do have that BMW GT3 in the way, so that will be a little bit of an interesting running there for them. We're going to have to see how they deal with that. They make their way around. We stay under yellow flag conditions here, as this field is going to take a minute to just sort of resort itself back out.
Remember earlier I mentioned the 245 had a warning. Well, they had a collision with car 59, and apparently that was enough that they now have a drive-through. They will have to serve that once we go green flag racing, though. They cannot serve that during a yellow flag to try and save on the lost time. But we're starting to see some of the drivers that have already gotten a wag of the finger from the stewards getting another notch on it, and unfortunately that's just one too many, and you're starting to get some consequences. So as we follow behind the safety car here, it does look like there are going to be a couple cars between Alpha Esports Red and Alpha Esports Purple. So there will be some lap traffic between them that has not been waved around.
Yeah, there will be that lap traffic, and that's going to be a little bit of a boon here for Alpha Esports Red. But the other big boon that they're going to have is the fact that it's a teammate directly behind them, and that's going to be able to dictate the pace of the race a little bit more. They will no doubt be in communication with each other. One of the benefits of driving on the simulator here at this point is that you are going to be able to have that conversation with your teammates to be able to sort of say, hey, I'm going now, hold up for me, or whatever it may be. And I wonder if there's going to be a little bit of maybe favoritism being played between those drivers as they say, you know, this is how we want to do this. Maybe that Alpha Esports Purple team going to play a little bit of a defender role behind them to try to hold off as much as possible.
Exactly. It's always great to have the teammates in racing that can sort of be your wingman out there if they're willing to play ball. You know, that's always the big question mark. Are they just racing for themselves? Are there team orders? Are they thinking big picture? and you can't always know that sort of stuff. As you can see a little bit more of the sorting happening farther down the order for our cars back there. So that is, I don't envy Race Control on that one. They do, honestly, a very good job considering how many cars are having to reposition. This is among some of the quicker series on the roadside that use full course cautions that I've seen, for them to be able to reorder everybody as they need. Let's not forget that this is also a team race, DJ, and they do have minimum and maximum drive times, although I think the maximum drive time is only for the silver cars here in the or silver drivers in this series for the 4-hour race. But you do need, I think, a minimum of, it looks like, either a half hour or 45 minutes, depending on your license level in each of the various classes. I won't get into that right now because we actually I have a whole table in the rule sheets for this to go by, and we'd practically have to show that to really explain it all.
Yeah, we really kind of would. It definitely does get into the weeds just a little bit as we try to figure all of that out. And that's frankly exactly what is happening right here as this field tries to sort itself out, figure everything out, as we get a great overhead view there of the circuit as everyone makes their way around here at this point, just trying to sort themselves out down on Pine Avenue. As there you can see everything really displayed as they come on through. Just this always amazes me. Just such a gorgeous modeling of this circuit by iRacing. They've done an absolutely fantastic job recreating all of this place. I can tell you, as you heard me sort of allude to earlier, this is in my backyard, as it were, not too far away from me here in Southern California, and it is quite a sight to see it just painstakingly replicated here on the iRacing service.
Yeah, I mean, you could see they've gone down to trees, specific fences that you've got. The one that really strikes me is there's a fence along the backstretch that has this beautiful curve to it. It's almost, it's practically architecture, and they've modeled that exactly as it is. So yeah, iRacing doesn't take this lightly, which is kind of partly why this is a track that took them a long time to put out, because it was among the first that they scanned. But way back in, I think it was 2007 when they scanned it, they didn't have the ability to model everything as quickly. And as time went by, their systems had improved so much that they said, you know what, we can tackle this. They finished it up, and there was a huge cheer of applause from everybody that had been waiting so patiently and so long for it. And now that it's been here, I'd say it's been worth the effort, because I've seen it on schedules a lot.
Yeah, it's really become a fan favorite here in the iRacing service, not only because of its near picture perfect accuracy, as you mentioned earlier, Joe, but because of how much of a technical track it is to drive. It's not easy, and it loves, it really is a driver's paradise, that it is a track where if you are an exemplary driver, you are able to extract the maximum out of it. And, well, if you're not, you're going to find yourself in a little bit of trouble. And let me tell you, first and foremost, I am definitely in the latter category of that, because I can't get a lap time around here to save my life.
Yeah, I always feel like I'm not making the most of it, not as brave as some drivers, because you got to take it right up against the wall. And but like a lot of street tracks, I mean, there is crowning in the road, and you can feel it in the sim. There's a number of corners where the car just wants to push out to that wall, and so I always kind of have to leave that little bit of extra. Oh, we got more trouble in the background there. Somebody looked like got hit, and I think that was the 6 car. That was our former leader.
Oh my goodness gracious, that's the Movano SimRacing team, the BMW that may have gotten hit here at this point. I cannot believe it that has happened here at this point. Movano SimRacing finding themselves turned around once again. The question's going to be, it also looks like Race Onion may have caught a little bit of that damage as well, as they dive off down into pit lane.
Yeah, they got hit from behind when they couldn't turn once again. Must be something weird with the setup with that car, or something, because that's 3 times now that we've seen them fail to make that corner at slow speeds. I don't know if maybe the driver in the car, because you can have your wheel kind of set up specifically to have a certain degree of turning, or there are some wheels that actually have a limited lock that is less than others, and maybe that could be something that's going on that I'm trying to think of what could cause them, because the rest of the GTPs are managing to make that corner. It's just that number 6 car that seemed to be struggling.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what that would be there at this point. As you said, maybe just a little bit of the lock that is changing things around a little bit and making things difficult for those drivers. But a very, very strange incident nonetheless that we continue to see it happening time and time again. Very unfortunate for these drivers. Not what you want to see by any stretch of the imagination for any of them, as it just means more and more heartbreak for these drivers.
So this has been about as grueling, I think, as we expected. We're only just about an hour into this race. So we kind of thought that it was going to be a race of attrition, but boy howdy, has it caught out a number of cars. In fact, I'm checking to see how many are officially out. It looks like only one, interestingly. 4X Racing Blue has the checkered flag, but I looked down. 4X Racing Purple is grayed out. They've been taking repairs for a long time. Slow and Confused, BC Vault, Alpha Esports, G Performance have all been sitting in pit lane for quite some time at this stage. So while they aren't officially removed from the race, I would have to imagine with nobody in the car and then having been sitting in pit lane for quite some time that you can probably count them out by now.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that as well. It's just kind of one of those diminishing returns type of situations where if you've been down in pit lane for that long, you're more than likely going to find yourself permanently out of this race. If you're just joining us, we are under safety car conditions here for, I believe, the 3rd time in this race. Alpha Esports Red does lead the way courtesy of some pit stop trickery. They have stayed out here at this point, and they lead the way. Movano's SimRacing team is down in pit lane once again. They were one of the early entries here that we had our eyes on as potentially being a leader and dequalified on pole position. Fell down through the order, frankly, courtesy of some self-inflicted damage, not being able to turn themselves around coming through the last corner. And that's been a storyline really that has been true over the course of the entirety of this race. A lot of drivers really finding that final hairpin difficult to navigate through as we continue, though, to work our way around under these safety car conditions. I've got to imagine we're getting close to back to green flag racing here at this point, but it is Alpha Esport Red that leads the way over Alpha Esport Purple. Pure SimSports finds himself in 3rd. The first of the drivers to take pit stops on this time around, that will be the 4th place car, OBS World by SimSub.
Yeah, so Alpha Esports Red kind of inheriting the top spot, but they haven't taken a pit stop yet. They'll owe us one pretty soon, I would imagine, because we've got enough green flag racing that they're probably getting close to the end of it. I think it's, what, about 35 to 40 minutes? Or is it about 45 that they can typically do?
It's about 35 to 40.
Okay, yeah. And this is a track that doesn't have a lot. We saw 55% at full throttle, so it's not going to be as thirsty. So that's going to extend it as well. Hence why they've been able to go as far as they have. They can only go so far. So expect themselves, Alpha Esports Purple, also to be in. They're the only other two of the top teams that have not been in yet. I do see Beerskin by Simsa has been in pit lane, but that was, it looks like, for a drive-through. Not sure if they've actually served a full pit stop in the meantime, as there goes the pace car. So safety car is going to be in this lap.
All right, and that does mean that we'll be getting back to green flag conditions. There you can see the drivers starting to weave a little bit, getting themselves up to speed, making sure that they've got everything they need underneath them to be able to get going here sooner rather than later, as they begin to bring themselves around. Alpha Esports Red going to lead the way, as we said, as they'll come out of the hairpin and hold the field up here just a little bit, waiting to get on that loud pedal before we go back to green flag conditions. there we wait for the field to be able to go. Remember, it is on the leader's restart. There we go. We are back up to racing conditions. Alpha Esports Purple already trying to make that move around the BMW. That is a lapped car in between them. They're going to try to make that look down to the inside. That's indeed exactly what they're going to do down into the braking zone for turn 1. And 1 and 2, run 1 and 2 on the track.
That was critical for Martin in the 17. He needed to make that pass so that the 37 does not scamper away too well. And now they can truly control this race, these two team sister cars, as they get underway. It is the lead for the SRB Motorsport 237 in the LMP3s right now. And 10/10 continues to be our leader down in the GT3s.
Yeah, they're holding off there, and crucially, they haven't come down into pit lane, which is a little bit surprising. I would have expected 10/10 to come on in, try to get that clip repair. But remember, the GT3s can last a little bit longer on the track than the majority of the GTPs. So that is the reason why, although they do find themselves hung up a little bit behind. That's the 117 machine. That's Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech. They are a lap down to your GT3 leaders.
But third in the race for the GT3s is Valkyrie Competition, and they've been given a warning by race control for contact with the 213 car. So again, a lot of the leaders just finding it difficult to try and stay out of the craziness that is this race, as there is more of those stack-ups through the turn in the GT3 class, barely making it through. 10/10 still your leader, but I think Vilnius Tech just unlapped themselves.
Yeah, they did, and it really looks like here at this point that they are not happy about that constant flashing the headlights. But we've got a battle there coming up behind. That is Tudo Motorsport and Valkyrie Competition, and the Ferraris trying to be able to make up a little bit of a move there. Valkyrie Competition not able to get it done going down into turn 1. They're going to have to wait behind, as not waiting around as 10/10. They get by Vilnius Tech.
So they've re-lapped them now. They clearly think they are the much faster car, and coming out of turn 5, it looks like critically. Oh, and we got a wreck just in front of them. That is a couple of our, I think, LMP3 cars. That is SimSpot Racing in the 88. And I didn't see who the other one was, but let's see how this happened.
Well, here's the 82 machine. Oh, that is absolutely heartbreaking there for the 82. Tried to get out of the way of that 88 entry in front of him and just left with nowhere to go. Thankfully, yes, that front clip did come off that LMP3. Just a simple spin there at that point with a little bit of an internet blink to make things even more complicated. But I was worried there for a moment that that 82 was going to find themselves in real trouble. It looks like they've been able to get themselves out and going. That's yellow by Tech.
And I have to say, usually drivers are chastised for not holding the brakes in a wreck. But honestly, if it was me, I feel like they made the right decision there, kind of backing up, because they were trying to get out of the racing line, and they were not in a position where most cars usually would go, that the 88 car with Marcus in the machine. So I don't think he really did anything wrong. It's just other cars were trying to pick the right way to go, and unfortunately they chose poorly.
Yeah, they just didn't choose the right way here. Good battle, though, back for P4 right now. This is blue by Techie and Altus Esport. Povolitis, and it is Stewart right now. Stewart in the Ferrari took a little bit of a look going down into turn 6. That can be an overtaking opportunity if you are ready for it. So they're going to have to try to see if they can maybe get a little bit of a move there. Some scrapes along the outside wall. That may have been a little bit of ghost contact there. Good run for the Ferrari here coming down the back straightaway. The Porsche knows it, and Povolitis trying to be able to hold on to that line as much as possible, but I think this is a done deal for Stewart. Dives down to the inside, moved on. Yeah,
I kind of don't blame Povolitis in that situation. I think considering all that's been going on, once that car is into the inside, yeah, you can kind of hang tight, see if they'll outbrake themselves or something into the turn, but you might as well brake just a little bit early, let them have it, play it safe. As here we go. Is this for the lead? I think this is. Tudo Motorsports versus 10/10 down at a turn 1.
And this is a battle that we've seen brewing here for the bunch of it, and a good defense by 10/10 to be able to hold off that line. This is the full attack here for Tuda Motorsport. They know what they need to do. They know that they need to attack, especially considering they do have that Mercedes in between them. Remember, that's a lapped car here at this point, and that is that Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech, and they're going to use that to their advantage. They don't have to worry about attack from behind. They're on full send.
Also got two cars in front of them that are in the same class, or one car that is in front of them in the same class, but a lap down, which could create a little bit of a pick here if Bumbilis can use it to his advantage. He's flashing his lights up at that BMW, trying to let him know that he wants to come through, but he's not close enough. He has no overlap as we jump back down to third here in the LMP or GTPs.
Yeah, and this looks to be the 66 they're trailing behind right now at this point. This is the battle for P3 right now. Pierre Sims holding off OBS World by Simsa. Remember, these are two cars that are on alternate pit strategies here at this point. Adam State trying to hold off Alexander Walton. We know Walton's quick as they come down now. Oh, nice little move there to put a GTP, or no, excuse me, that's the invitational entry. That is that Porsche Mission R all-electric invitational entry. Great move there by Alexander State to be able to put that car in between them.
And I suspect, I don't know this for sure, we haven't gotten official word, I think the 621 is going to get a penalty. They are your new leader ahead of the 10 and the 22 because they kind of made a dive bomb, honestly. There was a stack up down into the hairpin. They went through as we got a car facing backwards here in the fountain. Didn't see who that is. But in all the cars slowing up, Tuda Motorsport just sent it in, and I wonder if that's the replay we're about to see. No, it's not. This is something else happening into turn one, where one of the BMWs just goes a little bit too hot into the corner. But that caused 10/10 to basically have to get shoved out of the way. Sapphire SimSport Alpha took advantage of it, moved into second, and Tuda Motorsport came out ahead. But I mean, the stewards have been looking very dimly on any sorts of car contact, so I highly doubt 621 is going to get away with it.
Yeah, they're going to find themselves probably in a little bit of a trouble here at this point. We check in on your leaders up in the GTP category. Little bit of a stack up there as OBS World by Simsa continuing to try to make that move. Remember, they had found themselves a little bit behind courtesy of traffic. Alexander Walton still trying to close down on Adam State. They're going to be closed down yet again here.
We got a safety car. They've slowed everybody down. I'm trying to make out what it's for. There was a car that was kind of stopped. There's two to go green in the 315, but they got it going before they even started counting down. So I'm not sure what exactly this was for. I'll have to look around and see if I can find out what happened.
Well, this is going to be another safety car period, and it's going to delay our action just a little bit. But again, plenty of spiciness that takes place here when this race is under green. And I've got to imagine here for Alexander Walton, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing here for him. He certainly finds himself in good position. He was starting to get the attack on the back of Pure Sims Esports, but with that traffic in between, this could be a little bit of a blessing for him now.
So that car that I saw facing backwards in the fountain was actually the cause of it. That was Locals Autosport Black. They had not only gotten turned around, but apparently the car was stranded. I guess it was just too damaged to try and drive it out of there, so they had to throw the safety car so that the car could tow in. Now, normally in sim racing, everybody who's used to iRacing will go, well, I mean, the car can tow, and that's it. It's automatic, right? Well, they try to mimic real life as much as possible. So in real life, you'd need a safety vehicle out to retrieve that car. So that's why they've brought out the safety car here to slow everybody up so that the virtual imagined car can try and get towed away and sent back to pits. But I feel like now is probably the time, at least for the rest of the LMP3s and the GTPs, we should probably see pit stops for most of them.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there fully on that. We should probably see them coming down into pit lane, the majority of the field here at this point. And indeed, Pure Sims Esports, Beerskin by Simsa, and Altus Esports 30 all diving down in here at this point. My question is going to be here for Alpha Esports Red and Alpha Esports Purple if they decide to pull the trigger here at this point and come on in.
Ooh, I just noticed that Movano, our former leader, is still sitting in pit lane. And I'm checking to see if they've actually exited this race. No, they have not. So they have not officially removed themselves from the roster. So they could still get back in it, but it's been more than 8 minutes now. So I think we should probably count them done with this event, unless they're just going to try and go and pick up points, because I feel like if the car can drive from here, that might be worth it. There's been so much there have been so many cars with issues. You could easily pick up a decent finish just by driving past all the other cars that are stuck in pit lane.
Yeah, I think that's very, very true as well, Joe. I mean, we're going to have to see how this plays out. This is going to be absolutely fascinating to see how this strategy plays out. These repeated safety cars here in this first hour of the race have really, really changed the game in terms of strategy. Let's see. We're not seeing a dive here. Alpha Esports Red's going to stay out.
Yeah, not sure what's going on. So neither the red nor the purple car have decided to pit this time. I guess they're just trying to run them dry, which, I mean, with cautions, it works a little bit differently than that, because typically on iRacing, on the roadside, most cars you try to run to the end of the fuel tank because they usually are a little bit faster with lighter fuel, most cars. In this case, you lose less time pitting under yellow, you lose the track position, but with everybody else pitting, if they have to pit under green, then you're just going to flash right past them. So I don't agree with this call. Also, I spoke too soon. Movano has returned to the track, and they've now got Sasha Gourlay in that number 6 car, but it was 13 and a half minutes of repairs, and they're 10th in class right now.
Well, I mean, I've got to hand this to him. With all of the damage that we have seen out on track here at this point, I'm not entirely surprised that folks are choosing to come back down and come back into the race. I mean, it's going to be a very, very crazy race here at this point, and you never know what positions you're going to be able to make up.
Exactly. So glad to see them return to the track and get back out there. It's just going to be a long, hard slog because they're not really going to be racing anybody. They're just going to be trying to log laps and see if they can overtake some cars that also ran into trouble as time has gone by. There might be some that they catch up to if there are some who are kind of the walking wounded and are trying to also do the same as them as they catch up. But let's see, how many laps down are they from the leaders right now, actually? They are currently 9 laps down from the leaders. That's not something you're going to make up. They are on the same lap as Race Onion, so they could catch them and pass them, but it's a whole lap next to the next car up, which is going to be Flat Out Racing's number 21 machine.
Yeah, so they are going to have a lot to make up here at this point. But at the same time, I mean, with all of the damage that we've seen, all of the craziness that we've seen, it's certainly possible that they're going to be able to make up a little bit of positioning here at this point. So let's see what they are able to do. I like the call to come back out. I'm always in favor of drivers wanting to have that stick-to-itiveness, to want to stay out, to want to keep pushing, and to be able to keep going.
Agreed. I love to see, especially in endurance racing, the sort of let's at least see the checkered flag attitude. Because to me, that's always been what a lot of it's about in endurance racing is it's trying to see who can outlast one another. And if you can repair the car, yeah, let's keep going. Let's at least try and finish this race and go as close to the full distance as we can. To Motorsport, the 621 is now in pit lane. And they were the ones that I were mentioning that made that sort of dive bomb. So I wonder if they got some damage from that because, like I said before, they can't serve a black flag, and they have not been given the black flag yet. Actually, let me double check on that, make sure that, there's been nothing given to them yet. I almost consider it a certainty that they will, though. But they're probably just down there trying to replace some parts on the car and get it back into working condition.
Yeah, that's what I'd have to imagine as well. Just trying to see if they can maybe, again, change those clips. Hopefully there's not any suspension damage that they're going to have to deal with. And indeed, they are back out of the pits here at this point. They look like they will still be on the lead lap, so that's good news for them. You know, I got to say here, one of the big gainers out of this safety car period could very well be this top GTP class, the OBSP class here at this point. Alpha Esports Purple, OBS World by Simsa, they are directly behind their competitors here at this point. And the aggression and the speed that we've seen, particularly out of that OBS World by Simsa car, Alexander Walton, I think there's a definite chance that we could see that Porsche starting to fight its way up and forward.
Well, I mean, they've pitted. Granted, it was 18 laps ago, so they're on a different strategy to their rivals and should be able to go for quite some time. So they're going to inherit the lead. And I think, I mean, I was talking about the 621 a little bit earlier. I was kind of wondering if maybe that's sort of what they're trying to do there, is they anticipate a black flag coming. So they're going off strategy. They're giving away the track position so that they have the pit stop out of the way. They can try to serve that black flag too when that comes. And then, you know, go from there on a different strategy, knowing that they're going to be set behind. Because if you do the same thing as the car that you're racing and you've lost track position and it's hard to pass, you kind of have to throw the strategy book out the window a little bit and do things that don't necessarily typically make sense, but they could come to pay dividends, because you can't, if you've lost the advantage that you've had and it's hard to pass, you just have to try and get creative sometimes.
Yeah, you've just got to get a little bit interesting and a little bit way to try to do it here at this point. So we'll have to see what they are able to do. Let's try to see here, though. We should be back onto green flag conditions here, I would got to imagine, in relatively short order. And when that happens, this is going to be very, very interesting to be able to see and see what they are able to get out and get back into position.
Exactly. So it doesn't look like it's going to be on this lap because pace car hasn't pulled away. Usually when it is green next time by on the backstretch, we've seen the safety car pull away from the group, speed away, and the control be given over to the overall leader before they get going. But they haven't done that this time, so we'll have to wait patiently. In fact, I'm glad we're watching this. Let's see how everybody navigates the now treacherous hairpin under safety car conditions. We knew it was going to be dangerous under racing conditions, but it seems like we've seen just as many problems with the cars going slow through here just because of the stack ups. And I think also the wave buys, to be fair to the drivers, are also making it extra complicated trying to deal with that.
Yeah, I think that's right. And as we've talked about here, particularly for these GTP entries, the mechanical grip on these cars, not necessarily as strong as it was back in the, the previous eras in the Daytona prototypes or in previous entries. They really need that faster flowing air to run over the car to really help them turn through the corners. So I think that is part of the problem that we're seeing here, and it's why it's catching quite a few of these drivers out.
See him continue to follow that Porsche safety car around the track here, and checking to see if we have any other takers in pit lane, because I see some changes, and I think there might be someone in pit lane. No, that is not for that position. So that's actually, oh, interestingly, something we haven't mentioned here, DJ. We have our sort of exhibition class, the electric Porsche, the 333 Sapphire SimSport Voltage car, has been racing. We haven't really mentioned it, but they were just in the pits, I think, using the safety car period to try and recharge what they could. This is a unique one because it takes about 15 minutes for it to fully recharge, which is still honestly really, really fast for an electric car. But compared to internal combustion engines, obviously, that's a long time to be sitting and waiting patiently. So this is a clever move by them because they're not racing anybody since they're their own class. They're just trying to complete as many laps as they can out there. They're going to be close on pace to what we see for the LMP3s, but right now they're currently running 50th overall, so it looks like they haven't had the best of races here.
Yeah, they haven't had the best of races here at this point, but it's a very difficult track for that car in particular. But I got to agree with you. I like that strategy of being able to come on in, and I like the use of that mission arc coming on out and being able to be used here at this point. It certainly changes things up a little bit, makes things interesting, and anytime you have that sort of invitational class, that sort of Garage 56 style entry, I'm always going to be in favor of it.
Same. And I know I'm biased because I do like electric cars, and I know they're kind of a hot topic, but I have to say, because this was a divisive car when it was introduced to the iRacing service, if you haven't driven it and you're not convinced, if you do have it in your stable, or if you get a chance to kind of test drive it, put it into qualifying mode and then come back to me and tell me what you think of the car. Because I mean, it's fun to drive regularly, but when you put it in qualifying mode, I mean, it is absolutely bonkers. You put your foot down to the floor, and even in the sim, your eyes will bug out. It just is a rocket ship.
Well, that's the benefit of any of those electric cars, to be able to do that. I mean, it's just the power delivery like that is just absolutely insane. And I have not put it in qualifying mode, so I sort of have to maybe be able to do that. Yeah, I may have something to do. I need to buy the car first, but yeah.
It's fun because, at that point, I mean, regular racing mode is meant to try and harvest energy, so it's not going to be at full tilt. But when you put it in qualifying mode, it unleashes all the power in it, and that you can definitely tell, because it is four-wheel drive too, which makes it kind of interesting to drive. But even with the even with the four-wheel drive, when you put it in qualifying mode, coming out of corners, you can fishtail that thing. It is wild.
Oh, you're making me very excited to try this out a little bit here at this point. Looks like the safety car is going to stay out for at least one more lap, but it is starting to bring its way forward a little bit. So that is certainly, I think, going to be the indicator that we're going to be back to racing conditions here in just a few moments' time. We're just kind of waiting for the craziness to certainly tick off here at this point. It's been a lot of banananess, and yes, that is a patented pending Clarkism.
DJism, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I was going to say that's is certainly going to come out. We'll add that up to Kerfluffle and a few others. But certainly a lot of craziness here it's starting to take place, and we'll have to see if that will continue on here in the race. Got a sneaking suspicion that it will.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking forward to this one, and it's not disappointed into the wild race that we thought it was going to give us. And I think, I just heard from race control that we're going to be going back to the green here this time by. We'll find out in a couple corners time, as it does look like the cars are much better sorted out, ready to go. And we'll get back to green flag racing, still with a large number of cars that have yet to pit, using these caution flags, I think, to maybe try and make it one less pit stop is the goal here.
Yeah, that's what I would have to imagine here, too, at this point, that they're going to try to make this maybe one less pit stop, just try to be able to stretch this out a little bit. I think the other thing here for Alpha Esports, red and purple, they're going to be banking on another safety car period coming out here at this point, because the last thing you want to do around this 1-mile circuit is come in and have to pit under green flag conditions. That's really going to put you on the back foot.
Yeah, so let's hope that it works out for them on this one. Yellows do breed yellows, so maybe we'll get another quick one here. Who knows? It is under the steward's discretion. It is their manual control as we wait patiently for the start. Now, usually he's backed them up and waited for the start-finish line before he accelerates, and that is up to the 37 to do. He has until that start-finish line to go. He's definitely giving everybody as much time as he can. And now he starts to go a little bit earlier than before this time and tries to catch out the 17, which he did successfully. But watch out for the 66 behind them. Remember, they've taken their pit stop much more recently, so they've got probably fresher tires. They've got more fuel in the car, and they can go longer, so they can outweight them.
Yeah, and they're going to try to outweight them here at this point as the field does roar back to life here at the moment. Looks like everybody's trying to stay in line as they go. Good getaway here for Camilo Dahan up in the front in that number 37 machine. There you see the rest of the field. Slower car there in the background. Not sure who that was. I think that was a lapped entry that they had coming on through, as they're now going to be coming back on through onto the back half of the circuit. Here they come.
Yeah, nice clean start there for the front of the field. I think we had an issue for the yellow submarine LMP3. I see them going slowly. I'm trying to check if there was an issue. Yeah, just a self-spin. No danger there, and they carry on. This is, I think, that incident. And I'm surprised we haven't seen more of this. They caught that inside curve, DJ. That is actually a very aggressive inside curve. And yes, you see drivers try to cut it a lot because they're allowed to if you can. But if the car bucks up like that, you could see the results are usually pretty poor.
Yeah, it really, really does, and especially in these prototype cars, there is a lot of ground effect that is generated, and so that can not only have the rather obvious adverse condition of throwing those two wheels up into the air and losing that contact patch, but as well, also losing that ground effect. Let's look back here on the Pure Sims Esports entry. This is Adam State. They've been kind of a yo-yo up and down through the field here at this point, working their way by some LMP3 traffic right now, but they're starting to close down. Aggressive move there as Beerskin by Simsa, though. Christopher Kochenek really closing in behind in that Cadillac. This is a Cadillac versus Porsche battle here as they go. And I've got to give credit here to Beerskin by Simsa. They look very strong.
We're looking racy for sure in that number 11, the 116, having to do a little bit of defense at times. Let's see what the run is out of the hairpin. That's honestly the best place to try and start the pass. You want to get a good exit out of here so that you can set it up down into turn one, but no dice. They just did not get the acceleration, and State is far enough away that he's going to be safe. Get another replay.
Yeah, this is Renverse by Tomedo there. Some of those curves that you talked about just unsettling that GT3 car in the number 3 as they came around the corner, kind of kicking it up into the air there at that point. Able to get the car turned back around. Doesn't look like they made any contact there with the outside wall, so that's going to be a little bit of a boon to them, but nevertheless. Oh, as there's a car around in the background. I think that's one of the GTPs.
Didn't quite catch who it was, but I was just looking at race control and can finally confirm the 621 car has gotten a drive-through penalty for the dive bomb. Number 6 car warning for blocking road on last corner, and I think that was for them during, I think it was the caution where they got caught up through there. I can't remember. It's happened so many times at this time, but yeah, not being able to make the corner, and unfortunately just not pulling out of the way in time, as our leader still has a gap of about half a second. Alpha Esports Purple has not really been a threat, so I'm starting to suspect there might be some of these team tactics going on at the front.
Yeah, I'm starting to suspect that as well, and I think especially now that you have Alexander Walton in that OBS world by Simsa machine closing up behind, it really and truly is a situation where they need to be playing team tactics. We know the speed that Walton has. We saw how quick he was last year in GT3 machinery. We know how quick he can be here in GTP machinery, and I think you've got to play a little bit of rear gunner. And especially, let's also remember here that these top 3 cars are all 3 Porsches. Now, we often talk about the balance of performance. Oh, big turnaround there in the GT3 class up in front on the back straightaway, splitting the difference. Walton goes for the move. Talk about gutsy.
Wow, and I'm trying to see how someone got turned around, because that's well down the straight. HundredForce, hits the wall, car was damaged, and unfortunately as it steered back across the circuit, I think that was a Ferrari that kind of got into them trying to take evasive maneuvers. I wonder if this could bring out the safety car, because trying to get the car turned around from that position is actually treacherously difficult.
Yeah, it is. It looks like they're going to be trying to do it here at this point, and I don't see any call for the safety car, but now it is full hustle mode if you are Camilo Dahan up in the front of this field in that Alpha Esports red machine. And look at that OBS world by Simsa dropping Loic Martin in that Alpha Esports purple like a bad habit, although they're going to be caught up a little bit behind a Ferrari in front of them, as that's going to give a little bit of a boon. And as soon as I say that, here comes Loic Martin on the attack.
But safety car is coming out right now for the 237, stranded at turn 6. Trying to figure out what caused this. I went back to watch the replay of that pass for P2, and my goodness, did they thread the needle between the wall and that stranded car. Kind of surprised that the 237 wasn't able to get the car going because it wasn't that hard of a hit.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well, and I wonder, Joe, if that was a situation where they just were caught in the wrong place at the wrong time and just couldn't get themselves turned, as we've got another stack up down into the hairpin and almost getting collected there in it. Indeed, I think that may have been a little bit of contact there for the 37-year leader.
It's just been such a point of contention. Oh, and 37 is in pit lane as we got another car. Oh, no, excuse me. This is the replay of what brought out the yellow. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about, is not sure what, I mean, maybe it could have been a hardware failure or something that we just did not see, but very strange that that would stop them enough that they could not drive it back to pit lane.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was there by them. I think the hardware failure may be the best potential option there for potential reasonings. As we take a look at your new leader here at this point, the OBS World by SimSim Machine, Alexander Walton. Pure Sims Esports going to be right behind them in that Cadillac, so that's going to be an interesting battle. Now, that Acura that you see in between them, that is a lapped car here at this point. That's Race Onion. They are officially categorized as 2 laps down here at this point. And so they are going to find themselves in a little bit of trouble as they try to get themselves back around. They're going to be hoping for a little bit of a wave around, get some laps back.
So now the 37 and the 17 have finally taken their stops. That means all of the GTPs have managed to take pit stops, but we're still waiting on the top 3 and the LMP3s. And amazingly, 1010s still hasn't stopped despite missing the nose of the car. I wonder if they even know about it. And then the 983 of AKM Racing UK have not pitted yet. The only 2 cars... So only 5 cars overall have yet to take a pit stop, and we are an hour and a half into this race, much farther than really I thought anybody would go, but definitely saving themselves quite a bit in terms of having not having an extra pit stop. Again, don't entirely understand the strategy since you really probably would want to pit under yellow conditions, and we just don't know when they're going to come, so you can't really bank on getting another. Granted, they have been trending to becoming more common here at this stage of the race, DJ.
Yeah, they certainly have, so I think that's going to be a little bit of the bank that these drivers are certainly going to be thinking about here at this point, that they're going to be just probably hoping that they get more and more of these cautions to come out, and that's going to be able to help them around a little bit more. But I mean, it's the cautions that are dictating this race. We have not had that much green flag racing here on the streets of Long Beach, and truly at this point, it is I think it's coming down to a strategy game for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, that's a good point. So the less racing under green, the less chance you will have to try and make up the time after you pit. So could be what they're thinking of, just to try to save themselves, and maybe this is something where the strategy, DJ, is extend it as far as you can go in the first part of the race, and then once you get to the end where it's, let's say we go green all the way to the finish, you know, you try and, like we traditionally do, be the first to pit last. So maybe they're just trying to cut out a pit stop in that sense, where it's just keep going as long as you can now, and then pit early for the last one later.
I mean, that certainly could be it. That could be the way that they are trying to be able to bank this here at this point. Once again, it's strategy. And how many times have we seen that come into play when we talk about endurance racing such as this, whether we are at the monster of Spa-Francorchamps or whether around this tight and twisting little street circuit, it is all coming down to strategy. And that's where it's going to really, really come into play, that you have multiple drivers, multiple team members on the board with you to be able to keep track of everything.
I've noticed that they've also changed it to the race clock there at the side. 2 hours 31 minutes left to go, and we are on lap number 57 for our leaders right now out of 205. So only a quarter of the way through the scheduled laps, and we're getting close to the halfway mark of this race. It's looking more and more likely that they're not going to be able to go the full lap distance, unfortunately. So this has probably become a timed race now, and drivers will have to try and take that into account. Leaders having to stay off the racing line. Now, I think they'll get a chance to try and clean those tires off, and that's another reason that we're seeing the weaving once they get to the end of the caution laps. That's to try to clean the tires, but they have to stay off in those marbles because of the wave buys. So it's just, unfortunately, a necessary evil with the way that these races are run.
Yeah, I mean, it really and truly is here at this point, and you've just got to try to, figure out how to be able to make it play, how to be able to do everything and make it certainly work its way out here at this point. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly what they decide to do, how they decide to play it, and when they decide to come down into pit lane. I mean, it's not going to be the easiest way to do it. You have to think this race out, and that's really and truly one of the things that you have got to try to be able to do right here at this point. The way this race is going, you really can't be thinking too much about, I think, about racing. You've got to be thinking far more about strategy.
Big picture, because that's what it all comes down to. Who is the first to get across the line at the end of the race? So you got to think forward and think ahead. You can't just be in the moment on these ones. But sounds like we're going to be checking out some of the action that has been happening in this race.
To get on the race and don't crash.
As you roll off of the grid here. This point, I mean, how much just are you focusing on As we take a look over the highlights here at this point, a lot of consternation down into the hairpin here at this point, trying to be able to get themselves together. That's really been the story of the race here at this point. As we ride on board now, looking back through the highlights, the Movano SimRacing team was the lead car up in the front of this field. They had to work their way through some lap traffic to try to get themselves back around, but some early damage suffered early on put them farther back down through the order than I think they would have liked to have been here at this point, as they now tried to make their way back up through. We look back down at some more of the incidents, some big areas of consternation, a lot of contact, a lot of back and forth, and a lot of coming together here in the course of this race, and it has been a story of yellow, Joe.
Yep, and it's been for a variety of different incidents too, but there are definitely some trouble areas that we've witnessed. Great pass, or attempted a pass down into turn one for second place. Didn't quite go, and this definitely didn't go down into the fountain section. 3 wide into there. Anytime you see that, you can pretty much guarantee that there's going to be a wreck that happens. And slow and confused, unfortunately, without the rear wing, having trouble making the corner and then get pinched to the outside by their rivals, causing quite a big wreck. This has really been the area that we've seen so much of the problems here through the hairpin, DJ. There have been traffic jams. There have been tangles like we just saw there. And then, of course, turn 5 also catching out a lot of drivers.
Yeah, both of those areas really, really the areas where it has been incredibly difficult to be able to get themselves back around. We take a look at a live look right now, or we're back at the replay here of another area. That turn 5 curbing really throwing some drivers off here as they've just had themselves in problems. The number 14 machine here under attack by the Altus Esports entry. Job Stewart just sending a great move down to the inside, certainly sending it in deep, going down into the braking zone to be able to try to get that to play, and they were able to get that to play as they went on through. As there we saw a couple of drivers going off into the outside barriers now at this point, and they are coming down the main straightaway here again. Plenty of drivers able to get passes done under the rare exceptions here of green flag running that we've had, but it has been few and far between as they run.
That was such a brilliant move coming back up the inside and when their rivals outbrake themselves into the corner there through turn 1. Thought that one could have easily gone sour, but they did a great job. So now we are down to only 3 cars that need to pit, 10 tenths in the GT3s, leader up there. The 222 car, that's Vegetas Pack Racing, currently leading in LMP3s, and then Locals Autosports, the 113 machine, still needs to be pitting in. Otherwise, everybody else has stopped at least once already in this race. So I think we're just getting a second look at some of the incidents here and what happened over the course of this one. I think the pace car, safety car is still leading the train right now, so they've not been released yet, and we're still waiting patiently for the rest of the ordering to go. I think they're reordering the GT3s and the LMP3s now.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they're doing here at this point. Some more consternation coming down out of turn 5. That curbing really catching drivers out, and this was the big hit that we saw a little bit earlier for them as they tried to be able to get themselves back around that yellow by TC car, just absolutely finding themselves in trouble there at that point. They did not have the best running of it as they went, and that's certainly not the way any of these drivers wanted to have their race ending. But as we've also said, plenty of these drivers actually making it out here at this point and continuing to run around, as that has been one of the big stories as we take another look back at that moment. The spin around, what was a great idea to head down to the inside, just didn't exactly play out the way they thought it would.
Gap disappeared right at the last second, and this one coming onto the back stretch. This great move there by the Ferrari, the blue by TC, managing to just get enough of a run. And like we said, once you get to the inside, if you're the car on the outside and you're thinking long term, it's not the end of the race. Sometimes it's better to just let them have it and think about the end of the event rather than trying to force what could be a poor result in the end. So let's see if we have any other official retirees in this race. Doesn't look like it, actually. Still only 4X Racing Blue are out of this event officially. We just haven't seen many of the other cars in quite some time. Talking about glad to see some drivers back in it. Slow and confused this team, despite those problems, despite missing the rear wing, the rear clip at one point. They are the last car running in the number 325, 55th overall, 14th in the GTPs, and 23 laps down. But they're still out there, and they're still chugging around.
Yeah, still out, still doing their thing here at this point. You've got to really respect that here as they run. And certainly with all of the problems that we've seen here today, any of those drivers that are able to get out and make it back around, it is certainly going to be to their benefit to be able to get out, as it may be a situation where if you're able to just be on the track at the end of this race, you could find yourself gaining some valuable points, some valuable positions.
I'm almost certain that they're going to be able to find themselves a few spots if they just keep at it, because there are, let's see, they're one lap down from the next car up is the 325, and then one lap more to the next car, which is usually a lot. But as we've seen, with how much time we have left, you just don't know. It could definitely swing back their way once all is said and done. I think the more telling thing is the fact that we do have so many of the GTPs many laps down. In fact, only 6 of them are still on the lead lap. The rest are, let's see, the highest is Team Fordzilla, 6 laps down from the leader. That's how many of those GTPs have run into trouble today.
Yeah, it's been a lot here at this point, Joe. It really and truly has. As we see that pace car starting to speed up a little bit, I think that means it's back to come back to go time here. OBS World by Simsa ready to get themselves back into position. Again, that second car in line, that is Race Onion. That is not for position here at this point. Pure Sims Esports is about 1.2 seconds behind here as they run, so they've got a little bit of room to make up. That's the third car in line. Beerskin by Simsa runs third in this OBS SP category with 2 hours and 20 minutes left to go racing here at the streets of Long Beach. They come out of the final hairpin, and immediately getting on the loud pedal is Alexander Walton. It's back to go time here in California.
And big jump up at the front there by the 66. They've got the advantage now, and they're trying to take well use of it as Race Onion manages to get around Pure Sim and try to get their lap back. Or actually, I think that may have been Pure Sim that was flashing their lights at Race Onion. That's a lapped car, so that's not for position. Yeah, so excuse me, I had that backwards. They're trying to get around them and chase down the 66.
Yeah, they're trying to put themselves back into position. Race Onion wanting to hold on to any hope they have of gaining back a lap. This is your former leader, Alpha Esports Red, as they move their way back up through the field. And there, they're going to try to send a move down onto the inside of the number 30 machine. Now, that is Altus Esports 30, and they're going to be side by side there for a moment, and both of the Alpha Esports cars are going to be on through.
They've got to make up time. They've lost that track position with this latest pit stop, and they're going to do what they can to try and get it back, sending it down the inside of Fordzilla, who's a lapped car. They thankfully see them coming and let them by. That looked sketchy from our perspective, but I guess they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, they knew what they were doing there and purely made it work. Maybe a little bit of cross-communication. Who knows exactly how that would play out, but nevertheless, they're going to find themselves now up into 4th place and trying to close down on the rest of the field. We give a little bit of love back to the GTP or GT3 entry right now. This is Trispalve Esports and the number 148 trying to close down on Over the Limit Red right now as they're about separated by about 0.4 of a second. This is a little bit of a close battle. This is for 4th in class. A little bit of smoke in front. That's the number 3 machine getting things wrong and facing the wrong way.
Yeah, trying to see if I can find out what's going on there. That's down into turn 10. And there they are on screen. They got some help, it looks like maybe from the Ferrari. And I think they were just trying to get themselves turned around. But with this being a restart, it was a long wait before the train got by.
Yeah, big, long wait before the train got by. Thankfully, they are coming off of a restart, so there will be an area for them to be able to get themselves back around here at this point. Now we focus in on another battle. This is that same battle that we were focusing on not too long ago with that Sapphire SimSports. That's a spin around to the back for Over the Limit Racing Red.
56 once again stuck in one of the narrowest parts of the track. They're trying to turn it around, and thankfully most cars coming up look like they have been heads up enough, so this is how they got there in the first place. That Porsche, known for the weight being on the rear, it looks like it just did not agree with trying to turn in.
No, did not agree with trying to turn in there at that point, and that rear end just trying to come around. That was a close call there for them as they tried to get themselves worked back around it. There you see the leaders of the GTP field working their way back on through as they try to be able to get themselves all together, and clearly a very, very close moment there. But now that battle certainly hasn't gone away as that 148, the Trispalve Esports machine, now finds himself under attack from Sapphire SimSports Alpha.
I'll be honest, I'm amazed that we didn't have a multi-car wreck out of that spin from the 56, because doing a 3-point turn around a blind corner and the traffic was coming on, and yet everybody was heads up, and thankfully didn't run into the car. As we continue to watch this fight now on screen, heading down through the fountain section, and so far it's been really difficult times trying to find a way past that 148 for fourth, just outside the podium. We talked about how hard it is to pass. You can see trying to get his nose in. McAfee is at least poking and prodding, but Cybus is doing an excellent job not succumbing to the pressure.
Yeah, not giving in to any of that pressure here at this point. Little bit of a twitch of oversteer coming off of the line as they come back together. Going to look down to the inside here, going down onto the backstretch. It's going to be BMW versus Porsche Power, and the BMW finally able to motor their way on by Sapphire SimSport Alpha and the number 22. Going to get themselves into good position. McAfee up into what will be fourth in class.
So McAfee now has about 4 seconds to make up to reach the podium runners, and then those are all spread apart themselves. So he could maybe reach those top three, but he's going to have to work hard or hope that maybe a caution flag will bring them back in once again as we take a look back at those leaders once more. Alpha Esports Red and Purple are now in third and fourth, but because of all the cars that they had to try and overtake, Pure Sims Esports is 10 seconds up the road from them. I mean, look at this traffic.
I mean, this is an absolute traffic jam on the 405 here at this point, trying to get their way around it, and any hopes of this traffic kind of dying down a little bit as a result of some cars being lost in attrition, clearly not coming the way they want. Very aggressive move down to the inside there for Alpha Esports Red.
Yeah, they're trying to make up for that lost time, and they're having to do it as they navigate both traffic. Just a little bit of a touch with Mike Gaff and the Yellow Submarine 533, but everybody's going to get away from it without any more drama. And they're approaching that battle that we were watching earlier. Or excuse me, well, no, this is for farther back. Two similarly painted cars. This is the 747 and the 14 fighting for sixth in class.
Yeah, they're fighting right now, trying to be able to see if they can get anything to play here at this point, and they're going to want to try to get this move done as quickly as possible as the number 14 closes in behind here at this point because they know that they've got those leaders in the GTP field, the OBSP field, coming on up through right now, and they don't want to let any of that get in the way of this battle because, yes, the traffic can give it here for this number 14. It can slow down that over the limit racing blue 747 up in front of them. But they also know that it can get them a bigger advantage, so they want to get that move done sooner rather than later.
So here comes the car of the 75, going to try and get through as that charging Altus Esports car, or Alpha Esports car, now inserts themselves into the equation. You can see them be aggressive down the inside of the corner. Got to be careful here. I don't know about this because I've been seeing some moves that I don't necessarily agree with. I know they're trying to make up for the lost time, but the purple and red machines, I feel like need to kind of just be patient in this section of the race. Just let it come to them, take the smart moves, and then once they get into some clear, they can start to push and try to run down Pure Sims.
Yeah, I agree with you there about that wholesale, Joe, but I think the other problem that they're dealing with is they know that these yellow flags have been coming out with more and more frequency, and that so they want to try to move their way up through the order and be able to get themselves into position as quickly as humanly possible and not let themselves run a risk of falling into trouble with any of those drivers or any of those problems that could get in the way.
Agreed. Like I said before, staying out of trouble is job one, and you need to do the risk assessment in those situations to try and make sure you're doing the right thing. They finally get some clear air here, so this is working out to try and regain some of that time, but it's already up to 12 seconds now, having to deal with that traffic. So maybe that's why they are in such a hurry, because they feel like they are losing time hand over fist, while the 116 has had a little bit of an easier time, because the 66 and the 116 are in traffic themselves, but clearly they're losing a lot less time.
Yeah, I mean, they're making a good run through the field here at this point, and so, I mean, they want to push, and they're losing a lot less time. They're doing a great job doing it, so why not continue to go? I mean, this is clearly working out for them as we see more drivers slicing and dicing coming down the main straightaway here as they curve their way around. Going to try to make that move by the Ferrari. By the time they get into the braking zone for turn one, that's going to be easy for red. Purple's going to follow right along behind.
They've got to do that to keep touch with their teammate. If they go through, if it's safe enough, they need to try and do the same thing, especially if the driver is watching out for them. Sometimes that can happen because they've been kind of woken up to what's going on behind them. Sometimes not. Sometimes they think, oh, it's just one car, and then they cover off that one car. But yeah, you can see the dives down into the corner from that purple number 17 as soon as they get close to that car, because they're trying so hard to stay with their teammate.
Yeah, trying so hard. As we take a look at a replay here at this point, this is one of the GT3 cars coming out right now, or the LMP3 rather. Just looks like giving some nice clear space and being able to get themselves up and on through, so that's not going to be as bad there for them. That'll be a relatively good rejoin. Heads up.
Yep, glad to see they did the right thing in that situation, because it's so easy to get greedy out of there, especially because you're coming at different speeds into the corner and you have to kind of actually watch the mirrors and your relative to know who is approaching fast behind you, because you can't even see the car that you're going to be side by side with usually when you break into that corner from exiting pit lane.
Yeah, you've got to be very, very careful. And we've also got to remember the way that pit lane does function there at that point. You have to stay to the right of that barrier. You cannot move your way around it here at this point. And you have got to give space there as it, so you've got to be able to do that. Here's a little bit of a battle, though. Beerskin by Simsa Altus Esports as they come up through. This is going to be Porsche versus Cadillac here. This is a battle for 5th in the GTP class.
So one of the few drivers still left on the lead lap, and Beerskin trying to run away from Altus's number 30 machine down into the braking here of turn 9. He's making sure to get by those lapped cars so that he also doesn't have that buffer between them. But now it checks up coming into the hairpin, and you get painfully close here. That's the frustrating thing. Everyone's moving so slow that it looks like you're less than a car length apart, and physically you are. But look, once they accelerate away from one another down the straights, then they just start to split away so easily.
Yeah, they really do, and that's that hybrid energy starting to come back into play there as they're taking a look, starting to get a little bit aggressive. Altus Esports in the play. They're definitely getting a little bit feisty here.
Trying to stick their nose in, because you could see, they could see too, that car was being checked up. That was an opportunity. But again, risk reward. You can, if that car is being slowed up enough, try and put yourself too wide. But too wide through the fountain is so difficult because it's so narrow and such an awkward racing line that they knew, yeah, okay, now is not the time. Maybe the last couple laps, if we're fighting for position, that's the time to do it. Also, I think we have a pit stop for Locals Autosport, one of our higher-up runners in the LMP3s. They are changing drivers, it looks like, to Vacarus Villas currently.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be one of our first driver changes that we've really seen here today. It's number 15 continues to work their way around. We take a look back at a replay here, coming down into the corner. This is going to be the 66 machine getting a little bit sideways there. This is your leader at the moment right now. And I got to get some credit here to Pure Sims Esports. They've closed that gap up at the front of the field. It is now down to 1 second between Alexander Walton and Adam State. It is definitely game on.
Love to see this. Glad to see drivers get a chance to battle. And I think, yeah, so that's the Mission R car that we were talking about earlier that they just went by. The long brake light that you see that goes all the way across the back, that's the easy way to recognize it when you see it, especially from these onboards, and they pull off out to the side to kind of let these battling cars through and carry on. Locals Autosport is back out on the track. They're currently 9th in the order and just barely on the lead lap as well. ahead of their class leaders. So interesting stuff. Something I think we want to keep in the back of our minds if we do get more green flag stops later on.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, and I like...
Sorry, Pure Sims Esports, second place, has spun backwards in the fountain. They're facing the wrong way. They're going to be able to get it turned around, and they did get hit just now, actually. I think Alpha Esports Red, our former leader, just ran into the back of them a little bit.
Oh my goodness gracious, all coming to play here as we are closing in on the halfway point of this race. There is that moment. They spin it back around, and oh, that is some big contact there. Some pieces flying up into the air.
Now, some of that sometimes can be net code, if you will. Hard to describe, but ghost contact, I guess. The nose popped off, but then you still saw it on there. What happened there is the server, as they're going to be able to go by one of the LMP3 cars, the server saw them as a hit initially, but then once it got all the information necessary, it was able to readjust and say, no, they did technically not hit. So the nose stays on for now. They didn't hit hard enough that it was a problem. But this means that they are now ahead of the 116, who have fallen behind both of the Alpha Esports cars.
Yeah, they certainly have here at this point as they continue to try to go. This has been a huge game changer, and we were talking about that gap closing down between Pure Sims and OBS World by Simsa. Well, that gap is now up to 20 seconds here for Alexander Walton, so he is sitting pretty at the moment, and now the impetus here is all on Camilo DeHaan and this Alpha Esports Red team as they try to sort themselves through traffic down into turn 6 here at the moment. That looked a little bit sketchy, able to get things together, but this is very, very treacherous running. We've seen just what can happen if you're over-eager in trying to get that move done. Right now, they've got to go. They've got to move.
Yeah, I had to go back and look at it on my screen because I was trying to figure out if Martin in the Alpha Esports purple car was trying to make a move, and no, he just was caught out by how early his teammate had to brake, so that's why he kind of wiggled under braking there, trying not to run into them. As we got a car stuck once again, and I'll try and figure out who that is.
That looked to be one of the LMP3 entries, I think.
That's the 222 that wound up in the wall there. We have heard that the turning radius of these cars, specifically the LMP3s, are actually not as good as the other two classes. So that's why if you ever see them kind of do that, even though it's single file, that's just them having trouble dealing with that. And the 333 car, our EV car, is back in pit lane to get another recharge.
Yeah, also some bad news here for the fans of the number 71 and the 621 machine. They have been officially disqualified here at this point, and that's big news for the 621. That's the Tuda Motorsports Ferrari. That was a car that was looking at contention a little bit earlier on in the race. They did not serve a drive-through penalty. So stewards have awarded them an official disqualification here at this point. Altus Esports, the other car that is caught out by that.
Really unfortunate to see. And we haven't talked about that some of these black flags sometimes can be due to the incident limit. Now, we don't usually worry about the incident limit at this track because there's no grass out there. Actually, you know, I've never tried. Can you get a 1X for going over the fountain? Because those are flowers.
Not gonna lie, I don't know. I've never been that aggressive with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to test that at some point. Other than potentially that, there's no place that you can get a 1X here. Now, you can get 4Xs from other cars. You can get 2Xs from the wall or from spinning. So you can rack those up. But if you're getting 2Xs from a lot of walls hits and you hit the 40X incident limit where you have a drive-through, then your car surely is in such poor state that you're probably not going to be running at pace. So we don't really think that most cars are going to be hitting that incident limit, and that may be what happened with them with that black flag, and they just didn't pay attention to it. But it is a possibility in a 4-hour race that you can rack enough of those up.
Yeah, you certainly could here at this point, and so that's something they're going to have to watch out for to be able to come off and on through. By the way, there was an auto disqualification by the system that we were... Oh, it's 4X Racing getting all kinds of squirrely and causing mayhem down the back straightaway.
when the car is crabbing. It looks like they're able to drive it back in, especially if this is a replay. I assume they're not stopped on track. And kudos to them for trying to drive that back and not bring out another yellow flag here, because the car clearly was awful to try and drive back. I mean, they were not facing forward whatsoever, and they eventually looks like they've gotten it out of the way. But yeah, again, that's one of those things. You saw that prototype behind them, DJ. I mean, kind of an innocent victim in that situation. They were approaching it. They didn't know what was going to happen. Well, or right here, as they're going to be able to get through another case of, I think, the netcode on the car losing a body part. Let's take a look and see how we wound up in this situation now.
Yeah, and that appears to be the 111 machine there, and some problems there for them. They're going to find themselves stranded across the track, trying to do the right thing and get out of the way. Normally, as we say there, Joe, the best thing to be able to do is to hold the brakes and to not put yourself in a precarious position. But when you're lying prone across the track like that, it can be a little bit more difficult. That's the MTS garage machine, by the way, that was spun around like that, so they're able to get themselves back and turn the right way.
Yeah, the problem in this one is the track is so narrow that you kind of can't sit and wait a lot of times. Now, you have to in some situations because it's easier for everybody to avoid a car that is stationary than one that is moving. But at the same time, I mean, with how many cars are on track, you can't just sit there and wait forever because you're not getting open. Eventually, you gotta move.
Yeah, you can't stay prone across the track like that. You're going to be a bigger problem as they go, and so that's going to be it right here. We've got a nice little battle, though. We haven't really shown a lot of the LMP3 class here at this point, but a nice little battle starting to play itself out for third. Beaver Grease Racing Plus holding ahead of 4X Racing Orange, 4SR Racing, and Yellow Submarine Squad, all separated by not too much.
And I just realized, is that team's name Beaver Grease? Is that what you said?
Yes, it is.
Oh my goodness. I am also curious, but not curious as to what that is. We'll have to ask questions later as we continue to watch one of the few cars that I think actually has some clear track right now, one of the LMP3s onto the backstretch here, finding themselves with Beaver Grease in the 815. Still third and on the podium. Oh, here we go, side-by-side racing. And it looks like, once again, with those precarious moves, that Alpha Esports red car is not afraid.
No, certainly not afraid here at this point. They know they need to make that up, but the problem is that they need to try to be able to get themselves into position here to close in on OBS World by SimSA, but that gap is only growing right now. It's up to 26 seconds at the front of the field.
Yeah, so OBS World by SimSA has been taking huge advantage of this. And again, this is such a difficult call, because I don't want to say that the 37 and the 17 made a silly and a stupid call out there strategy-wise. They were trying to extend it as far as they can, kind of doing what we were talking about earlier. But just because of them going opposite to the 66, they've had so much traffic that now they've lost a ton of time, and they kind of have to hope that there are issues or that the strategy will come back their way. Big hit, unfortunately, for one of our LMP3s, again, down into turn one.
Yeah, big time here as we take a look back now at that live look with Alpha Esports Red and Alpha Esports Purple as they continue to try to carve their way up through the field. They have been able to get that gap down by about 2 seconds here at this point, so traffic giveth, traffic taketh the way as Camilo Dahan just continues to try to close that gap as much as possible as they work their way by the number 22 here at this point, that BMW running in the GT3 category right now. They're going to be able to clear on by and get themselves a rarity here for the moment. That's a little bit of clean air out on the track right now. As Joe, we're officially halfway over in this race. We've only got about an hour and 58 minutes left to go.
Exactly. So they've at least ticked over that. We just have to do the same thing all over again. More problems. The Pure Sims car, it looks like, as they get looped around, unfortunately, in their caddy. coming across the curbs at the turn 5 entry, which has caught a lot of drivers out. Somebody facing the wrong way there in the fountain. Who is that?
I think we're about to get an idea. This is Drew Glover there in the ANR Endurance Esports 58. Just took a little bit too narrow of a line there coming down through the corner. Hopefully not too bad of bodywork damage. That was a little bit hairy.
Oh, but it didn't work out. Actually, was that the leader? Was that the 66 that made contact?
No, I think that was the Acura. I think that was Team Onion, or Race Onion, that's a little bit farther down through the field.
Similar colors, yeah, so apologies to the audience. Oh, we got a safety car. That is... that may have been for the ANR Endurance car, actually. Yes, it was.
All right, so there we go. We do have another safety car being displayed here at this point. That's going to bring everything back around and close this field back up. This also may be what happened here a little bit to bring things out. A spin around there for transport engineers by Vilnius Tech. They find themselves in trouble down going through the last couple of corners.
Went and double checked, and yes, it was the ANR car, unfortunately, that brought out this yellow. So we check up once again, and you know who this helps out tremendously is the 37 and the 17. That gap gets cut back down and brings them up to OBS World by Simsa. But OBS World by Simsa has now been out for 55 laps. Now, some of that has been under caution, so I don't know if we'll see them in this time under yellow, or if they're going to try and stay out so that they also don't lose the track position now that they've got it, and try to do what 37 and 17 does. So another look there at that incident that kind of snowballed. And we've seen this a couple times, DJ. The snowball effect of these wrecks. A wreck happens, and it only involves maybe one car, maybe two, but then other drivers coming in as they try to return to the track or just can't get turned back around, find themselves compromised. And here we go. Pit stop for the 66.
All right, that OBS World by Simsa car is going to come down into pit lane here at this point. Going to get a fresh set of tires on the car, as well as a full tank of fuel and a hybrid energy replenishment there. And it looks like that's going to be a driver change as well. Tony Ryanen going to be able to get in behind the car for OBS World by Simsa, just over the halfway point here at this point. Not altogether surprising that we'll see that driver change. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that from a couple other entries here at this point as well.
So that's going to give it back to the Alpha Esports cars, which, like I said, kind of surprises me, because I feel like if you're the 66, it would make sense to try and hold on to that track position, but they are doing a driver change to Ruinen now, taking over for Walton, who has driven all up to this point, and this is probably a minimum drive time thing for them. There's still a long ways to go with half the race still on the cards, so it could certainly play out. But again, not what I would have done, but I don't have the full information that they do of the situation out there, especially on the drive time stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure as well, but we'll see if we can get that information here for you shortly. But this is going to cycle back around Alpha Esports Red and Alpha Esports Purple to the front of the field. So that is going to be good news for them. The question's going to be, for that OBS World by Simsa car, is just how much speed are they going to be able to make up here as this race continues on and as they go around. Alternate pit strategies here playing out. And I think, frankly, Joe, it's going to be the result of these cautions that really and truly lead us to the idea of who is going to be advantaged by this. If we get a longer green flag period, it may be a situation where we see Alpha Esports Red and Purple have to pit under green, and the way things have been going, that could be massively detrimental to their race.
Yeah, that's a good point. 116, Pure Sims Esports pitting in. We saw them turned around shortly before. So not sure if they got any sort of damage from that contact with the curbs, but it is very possible. They're also doing a driver change, it looks like, as Adam State gives over to Jordan Johnson. Seeing, it looks like, I think maybe potentially a few more cars with a checkered flag next to their name. Yes, Altus Esports in the 71. We know that they got a DQ, so obviously they've exited the race, and we know about Tuden Motorsports, who we mentioned. Those are the only other two, it appears. We still have a number of other teams that are sitting and waiting patiently for repairs to be done. That includes the number 14, or excuse me, the number 58 rather, that are getting repairs. That's the A&R Esports car, the Alpha Esports G Performance 77, also sitting and taking repairs. 4X Racing's other two cars, man, it's a bad day for them. Their orange and purple machines also sitting on the lane and having to wait for the cars to get finished before they can return to the race. And they're now just giving the call for the wave rounds. So we're partway through, still need to sit patiently as they get done with that before we can go back to green flag racing.
All right, so those wave rounds will be taking place here at this point in short order, and that will get us back to green flag racing. I would imagine here we'll probably have another couple of minutes under safety car, so soon we'll be back in with about an hour and 45 minutes left to go in this race. Again, this is going to space everything back out a little bit, and this is going to help that OBS World by SimSim machine close back in on the front of the field. Now, they're going to find themselves about 20 seconds back here at this point, but they'll continue to try to work their way up on through and try to go. Meanwhile, back down in the LMP3 field, Yellow Submarine Squad has inherited the lead from 4SR Racing. They've got about a 20-second advantage, so that's good running for them. Blue by TC in the GT3 category. They've got SR Technic Endurance and Over the Limit Racing Red not too far back behind them, so that's going to be a little bit of an interesting running to see how they're going to go.
Well, the plot thickens, and everybody's probably using this time to relax, I'm sure. That's the other thing I don't think we've talked about a whole lot. I mentioned it earlier on, DJ, is this track, even when you're racing by yourself, doesn't give you much rest. You're constantly steering and having to deal with stuff. You've got the back straight here, you've got the front straight. Otherwise, there's just not many times where you're not having to put inputs and try to deal with the car. And double that with the fact of the traffic, which has been constant. And these guys have been having to be so focused when it's green flag racing. So these yellow flags are probably finally a chance for their brains to just take a rest out there and really be able to try and reset and try to assess the situation. Those drivers with a team behind them to able to watch the race as a whole have a great advantage to really try and figure out the strategy out there. So that's the other thing that can come into play is some of these decisions. If you don't have a crew chief, you're trying to pay attention to what's happening to all the cars around you while dealing with the race itself.
Yeah, and that is absolutely crazy to be able to try to do that all together. That's why you really and truly need to be able to do all of that, and why you need to have that team behind you. Trying to run this race solo, trying to run it with just two drivers, next to impossible to be able to do. And just like in the real racing world, when we have these drivers that are out on the track, you really and truly need to have the full team behind you in order to get that all together.
Got a drive-through penalty for car 82. This is for an interesting one. Pushing car 13 to the wall. So I assume that's either for car contact or they squeezed them. Not a message that I've heard up until this point. And the 82 car is yellow by TCE. Not sure exactly when and where that happened. So they are currently sitting 10th. They're a couple laps down from the leaders in their class, so that's just going to set them further back.
And join the OBS World Metaverse. Download the app and immerse yourself in today's race, the BC Vault 400 miles of California.
Big thanks to our sponsors for helping put on these things. These take a lot of work. You think if a real race needs a whole bunch of people to make it happen, sim racing of this style absolutely needs a ton of people. Race control behind the scenes, those who put together a lot of the graphics that make this happen. Obviously, there's so much to untangle with the special rules that they have. You can use the iRacing system for a lot of things, but because they run this so close to real life, there's so much that they need real heads, real eyes watching and doing the hard work. So I just want to tip my hat to everybody that has to put in everything to try and help these drivers enjoy themselves out on the track and help the viewers get to enjoy this race.
Yeah, and we really want to thank all of you for joining us here together. 10 staff running behind the scenes, plus the two of us, Joe. Obviously, we are the I guess you would say, the most notable folks behind the faces or the voices. You can't see our faces, which is a good thing because it's 6 in the morning and I've been up since 2. Yeah, we are the voices here. But massive thank you to everybody behind the scenes here at OBS that makes this possible. Really and truly would not be possible without any of them to be able to make this work. There is so much that goes behind the scenes that you do not see to be able to put on this kind of racing action.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it because I'm tired as it is. My wife actually just had to bring me some tea because I need some caffeine to keep me going.
Oh, I have like 4 other broadcasts today, and F1 is on tonight. I'm going to a party for it, so I'm going to be dead tonight. Yeah,
you and I are going to be going from this to short track racing at Hickory, which I am absolutely looking forward to later on. But the breadth and width of sim broadcasting certainly takes you some interesting places, as looks like we're getting most of the cars sorted now, so I think we should be going pretty soon back to that green flag racing, and still haven't seen any changes at the front with the 6 cars still on the lead lap. Alpha Esports red and purple. Beerskin Simsa has been promoted up to 3rd. OPS World by Simsa falls to 4th with their pit stop. Pure Sims Esports to 5th and Altus Esports to 6th.
All right, so that's going to shuffle the order here at the moment. Looks like we're going to stay under safety car conditions for the moment as they continue to shuffle themselves around right now, as that is going to change things around. Quite a few of these GT3 cars actually up in the midst of the LMP3s actually at the moment, with Trispalv Esports up into 11th overall. Now, we anticipate they're going to be passed here by a couple of cars, but still pretty good nonetheless.
Yep, so down the famous curved front stretch here, which wasn't always the front straightaway, actually, for this track. It's changed so much over the years. Thankfully, the version we have is still pretty close to what is actually in real life. I don't think there has been much changed other than the surroundings of the circuit since this 2007 scan. But this is still the layout that they effectively run. That fountain section, which has now become so famous here, was actually only added, I want to say around 2004, 2005, somewhere in that realm.
Yeah, somewhere in that realm. I'm not entirely sure what exactly it was there at that point, but yeah, definitely changes constantly going in here, and we have seen it stay relatively consistent here for the last several years, and really and truly has become a staple in Southern California culture, it has to be said.
I remember my first introductions to it were actually on the IndyCar simulators, IndyCar Racing 1 and 2. And even since those in the early 90s, it's definitely changed. The fountain section wasn't there. The back stretch was a little bit different on its way into those corners. It was a slightly shorter lap overall through here. So like I said, the area has changed a lot. And because of that, the track has had to change. It's revitalized. When it first started, I mean, you can kind of see it nearby there in the background. It was basically just close to some shipping yards. It was by the coast, it was by the beach, but it wasn't anything glamorous. And now, because of this race, it has become this sort of glitzy and really high-end area.
Yeah, it really has. It's pretty fantastic to be able to run and to do all that. It's really come alive. There's a lot of very vibrant bars, very great nightlife down here. There have, in a former life, there have definitely been some times I've stumbled around through these streets. I can tell you for sure.
Yeah, there's also the aquarium, which is very beautifully modeled in here, and it's become kind of a centerpiece of the track. And I would love, definitely one of my bucket list items is to be able to get not just to the race, but to be able to watch it from one of the many skyscrapers that they have around here. I don't know if they count as skyscrapers technically, but you know, the tall buildings that they have around this track would be just amazing to be on top and to get to watch and see almost the entire circuit from some of them for this race as we come around onto the backstretch once again. I want to check in on that 333 car. They've gained some positions. They're up to 50th now position, the Sapphire SimSport Voltage machine. And Dario Frattini has hopped into that one. So he took over for Emerson Gaudin and is going to be carrying on from this spot on. And in fact, they must have just stopped in once again for a bit of a recharge here during the pit stop and taken a bit more energy onto the car to try and extend their run. As pace car, safety car is still with the leader, so I don't believe we're going to be going green this time by. We'll have to sit tight for at least another lap.
Yes, indeed, we will. So that'll get us back racing here in just a few minutes' time here. I got to imagine we'll be back to green flag conditions right after this lap here at this moment. Let's see if they are able to do that. And once again, track temperatures have fallen here quite a bit. At this point, it's down to 81 degrees Fahrenheit as we tick over farther and farther into today. It's about 4:30 virtual standard time as they go. So we're going to have to see what these drivers are going to do and how they're going to be able to hold all of that together here.
Yeah, it won't quite go to sunset because this is set in May, early May, for this race in the virtual world. So if they, with it being 4:30 right now, with a little less than 2 hours to go, we're going to be seeing maybe about 6 o'clock. So we'll get some golden hour shots, maybe right at the end, but not quite a full sunset. It'll definitely be another beautiful eve over on the west coast with the sun heading towards the Pacific Ocean, I'm sure. As I think the drivers, yeah, it does look like we should be pretty much in order, I think, at this stage. I did hear the race control giving a few more orders to the drivers behind the scenes, but from what I can tell, the GT3s and the LMP3s, which are the main ones they have to try and order up, look like they should be all together here.
Yeah, we'll have to wait to see here exactly what they're trying to do with that. And once again, I'm interested to see what this team strategy is going to be. We haven't really seen Alpha Esports Purple with Luke Martin behind the wheel of that car push ahead here at this point. We haven't seen them be aggressive. They've been playing a little bit of the team game, happy to ride behind Camilo Dahan. And I'm interested to see when those gloves come off, Joe, if those gloves are going to come off, and if we see them push ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier myself, that I'm really impressed with how much of the team game they have been playing. The 17 has not shown signs of attacking the 37 at all, so they must be in very close communication and have a good understanding of what's expected, that maybe unless the 37 legitimately runs into any sort of problems, that the 17 is just supposed to kind of hold station and not try to attack them. We'll see if that changes close to the end of the race, if they're fighting for the win. But right now, with only a couple cars separating themselves from P3, in fact, let me see how many they've got right here. They've got only two, let's see, three, four cars between themselves and Beerskin Simsa. So if the 11 car can make some quick passes, they could have to try and scamper away, something we haven't seen them have to do for a while.
Yeah, we really haven't seen them try to be able to run away here at this point. as they try to go. As we're getting our way back around here at this point, getting ready to be able to go. But once again, go ahead and join the OBS World Metaverse. Download the app and immerse yourself in today's race, the BC Vault 400 miles of California. And as you said earlier, Joe, massive thank you to all of our sponsors to be able to make this series happen. And even better news for racing fans out on the track, safety car in this lap.
All right, so there it goes. Takes off away. A little bit of scrubbing of the tires there for Loic Martin to prepare himself, as well as a few of those behind. And watch out for this restart. So far, so good on these restarts. Everybody's behaved very well, but watch out for that hairpin. Make sure that everybody makes it through. And then, of course, down into the fountain. Two big trouble spots. If you've just joined us, they have caught out many a driver today.
Yeah, they really have. Looks like they're able to get through the hairpin nice and easy for the moment as they start to ready to get on the power here. Camilo Dahan controlling the field, backing them up behind. He is in total control. He is able to go whenever he feels right to do so, and clearly stacking that GTP field up here at this point. Here they go across the line, and we are back to green flag racing. It's formation flying here from the Alpha Esports teammates of Dahan and Martin up at the front of the field. Little bit of moves there in the back. Beerskin by Simpson trying to get around that lapped car as quickly as possible to try to make up some opportunities. Same with OBS World by Simpson.
We got a car turned around in front of the field, pulling out of the way. Thankfully, that was slow and confused in 325. So one of our lapped cars got turned around in the first corner, and unfortunately, they're going to have to wait for the entire field to go through. Thankfully, they are off of the racing line. We've got a replay of it, it looks like here. That wasn't actually Beerskin. I think that was a race 4 position between the two cars, but they got some help, unfortunately.
Yeah, they did. Turned around there at that point was that number 125 machine that you mentioned, and thankfully able to get themselves pointed back the right way. But look at this advantage that Alpha Esports is starting to stretch over the rest of the field. 2.8 seconds right now as they run with over Beerskin by Simsa.
Wow, so this helped them out tremendously, having those cars between. And in fact, they're still not completely through. You can see in the background that car darting to the inside was Kochanek there in the number 11, and he's still got one more to go in Altus Esports to try and fully get himself just nothing between he and our leaders as they go through the fountain once again.
Go through the fountain once again, and they are just waiting at this moment for the rest of this traffic to be able to build themselves back up, as there's already a little bit in front of them here as they run. There you see working their way by one of the slower LMP3 entries in front. They're going to be able to get themselves out and on by here as they go. That's clean sailing for the moment, although the gap has grown a little bit in between the two Alpha Esports entries. They try to get themselves up into the good position here and stretch that advantage as much as possible. It is growing up to about 3.5 seconds right now between Beerskin by Simsa and Alpha Esports Purple.
Oof. Oh, look how close he came to the wall there through the hairpin. Locked his brakes up a little bit, and it didn't even look that dramatic on the initial lock of the brakes, but it cost him. Thankfully, did not touch anything, but he's 2 seconds behind his teammates. The two Acuras just having a real rough time. Locals Autosport 113, are they going to do a bit of the same? LMP3s going way, way wide, and they're just going to make it almost awkwardly trying to turn themselves like they're in a parking lot.
Yes, so very awkward there into that corner at this point as they try to be able to get themselves to go. But again, that big gap that we talked about continuing to grow here at this point and continuing to just build out as much as they can. This is a battle back down in the, this is that spin that you had talked about there, Joe. Close contact, close quarters, definitely running into one another.
Way, big moment for one of the Mercedes there, thankfully managing to just get out in time. And you got to be careful about driving backwards. In iRacing, if you drive backwards on the track too long, it will automatically disqualify you. So you can get away with a little bit. So we got more cars facing the wrong way, including a Ferrari, it looks like, and one of our, I think, LMP3s.
Yeah, it's what it looks like there at that point. Oh, big consternation there into the fountain section. You saw that stack up. You saw everybody starting to come together there at that point, and it looked like that was just carrying on there as that LMP3 crabbing very heavily down into the corner and just more and more contact. That was really an incident that was about 8 corners long.
Yeah, and I mentioned it earlier, describing it as sort of a snowball effect. It just kind of trickles backwards down the field as another stack up here coming through the fountain section. Multiple cars making contact before eventually that prototype, I think, is going to be able to get itself turned around.
Yeah, and I think this is actually, that was the replay there of focusing in on that incident. Looks like we're able to stay clean and green here at that point, so that'll be good running for them as they are able to go. Want to give some credit here. Beerskin by Simsa, look at this. They're up back into the back of this competition. The number 11 machine certainly right up into contention here as they go. It's diving down into pit lane. That appeared to be Beaver Grease Racing Plus. No, excuse me, that was Beerskin by Simsa coming down into pit lane.
And that's because we got a safety car. Safety car is out. I didn't see what caused this one. Wonder if that was the replay that we were seeing there, that car was actually stranded. So we slow up once again. That's why they've regained all that time. They've caught the safety car, which has now picked them up, and we'll need to repass them here briefly, but that's not a problem.
Yeah, they'll be able to catch back up here at this point and be able to get themselves all the way around right now as they try to go. Here we go back around. We'll try to figure out exactly what caused that safety car condition here at this point. Be able to get that to go, but the safety car has been deployed once again with about an hour and a half left to go in this race.
Yeah, I'm seeing if I could dig it up and find it. So right now I haven't seen anything quite yet because I'm looking when the safety car was actually released. So I might have to back up a little bit to really find where this all went.
All right, well, he's going to try to figure that out here at the moment. We are once again under safety car conditions from the BC 400 miles of California. And this is going to stack the field back up once again. Remember, Beerskin by Simsa taking advantage of that safety car condition to come down into pit lane. Very, very heads up for them to be able to do that. You got to give them credit, is that very quick decision to dive down into pit lane.
I think it may have been that 237, like I said, that got turned around. Yep, we're getting confirmation now that it is indeed that car that was stranded in the same spot that we saw earlier in the race. It's on the exit of the fountain. There's, in real life, I think there's a space where they can wheel the cars in back there, but they don't have that. They have it blocked off by a concrete barrier. So I think because of that, the car had no place to try and go, no way to really kind of three-point turn, and it's so blind through there that they decided it's better to just throw the yellow, slow things down, and then we'll get back running. But that has obviously sent them into pit lane, having to take a tow once the yellow is out. We're eased up once again. Also worth noting, Race Control has said that the pass around from last time is under investigation. Not sure what is involved in that, but they're taking a look because they aren't happy about something or feel like maybe something's amiss.
Well, that could be some very dire consequences for some of these drivers that were, hoping to be able to gain some time back courtesy of that pass around. If they find themselves having to serve a penalty or something of the nature here at that point, that is not going to be good. And they are going to find themselves certainly looking down the wrong way of the stewards, because much like a pit lane penalty in real life, I've got to imagine a penalty such as that, Joe, is going to be pretty much a slam dunk.
Yeah, and also I'm hearing that the 222 also a part of that incident. I'm trying to figure out where they wound up, and I think that was stranded on Pine Avenue, actually. Yeah, their car was crabbing and had been trying to drive back. It was ever since the the wreck with Valkyrie Competition that we saw coming through turn 5. Remember the one where the Ferrari just kind of piled into them? You said it took a number of corners to really wind up where it did. Valkyrie Competition actually is still racing, thankfully, but they're down in 12th in category. They're many laps down. They've suffered quite a bit of damage, unfortunately.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage here at this point. They really and truly have to get themselves back into good position. You've really got to feel bad for a lot of these drivers. They just find themselves in really, really tough situations. So many drivers here at this point, farther down through the order. But once again, it really and truly has been a great situation where we're seeing a lot of these teams make their way back out onto the track after suffering that damage. We really still, to this point, have not had that many retirements.
Yeah, at least official ones. We've had some unofficial ones, unfortunately, that look like they may be pretty much out of it, even though they haven't withdrawn themselves from the event, which we know from the iRacing sim itself. It'll show us a checkered flag showing that they are done and out of it. Yeah, I see MTS Garage, one of those that's been involved in a few problems throughout the day. They've been in there for about 5 minutes now that they've been sitting stationary. But I mean, like we said earlier, DJ, I think we all kind of knew, drivers included, coming into this one, it was probably going to be like this. We expected a lot of yellows throughout the race. It's just kind of the nature of this track. It's what happens in real life with the racing here. So you kind of prepare yourself for it. And as we've seen with the strategy, you think ahead for it. So drivers knew this was coming. They kind of know this is what's to be expected. You're not all that disappointed by it happening, because you just know what you're getting into when you have a race here.
Yeah, when you sign up for an endurance race around Long Beach, such as this, certainly does come into play, and you certainly do know that it is going to be a part of it as it comes on in. As we once again here take a look back at some of the highlights over the course of the race. Lots of spins, lots of very, very tough running here for the drivers. And Joe, I've got to say here, the 3 areas of consternation, 2 of them we understand. I mean, going into turn 2 and 3 down through the fountain section, going down into the hairpin. But turn 5 has been a real tricky corner for a lot of people here today.
Yeah, and we've seen so many incidents out here. We're going to watch that here in the replay. One of our yellows coming from unusually turn 6 and Takate turn. That is a corner that can catch drivers out, but today was a single driver incident into there, as our leader, unfortunately, multiple times running into the barrier on the outside of that hairpin, as many drivers were struggling to get the cars turned in throughout. And then, of course, turn 1, it's such a blind corner, and it's coming in from the fastest part on the track as drivers try to battle for position. Sometimes it just doesn't go 2 into 1. Meanwhile, 10-10's Racing, who were leading much of this GT3 race, eventually gave it up. We're doing so with quite a bit of damage, which surprised us. And then, of course, there's that 3 wide moment down into the hairpin, or excuse me, into the fountain, rather. Which naturally ended with the most predictable of results. Slow and confused, finding themselves many laps down after getting into a few altercations. That was one of them down into turn 4.
Yeah, and then here we've got another spin around there. This, once again, coming off of that turn 9 there. Really, we've seen try a lot of a lot of problems here coming down through these corners. As there we see again the 56 getting spun around. That has just been the story of the race here, and we talked about with that Porsche having that pendulum effect there as they go, and that was a big problem here. Good pass though for the positions down in the GT3 category as they came down on through. The number 72 able to make a good move there to move their way up through the order.
So, as we finally come back live now, pacing around Long Beach Grand Prix circuit, waiting for things to get sorted out by the stewards with the cars behind the leader here. Obviously, they have to try and reorder them. The reason they do this, for those wondering, because I'm sure there's those who say, well, let's just get racing. Who cares who's a lap down? Well, as we said before, it's not really fair if you're, 10 seconds behind the leader and they're ahead of the overall leader and you're behind and you get a yellow and you suddenly find yourself a full lap behind the leader in your class. They're suddenly trying to lap you. So that's what they're trying to do is even that out. That's why if you're behind the overall leader and ahead of your class leader, you get the wave around to get bunched up at the end of, as Martin Brundle likes to call it, the crocodile. So you'll catch back up and at least be back on the same lap. Now, there might still be a bunch of cars between you, but that's kind of what happens sometimes in multi-class racing, and you just have to accept it. But at least you haven't gone unfairly a lap down.
Exactly, and that's the real key here. You do not want to have to go a lap down here, and the ability to unlap yourself like that is really the key to be able to getting everything to play out for you as well as possible. As we bring ourselves back around here at this point, just over an hour and 20 minutes left to go in this race. Alpha Esports Red, Camilo Dahan leading the way here for this race as they bring themselves around here. OBS World by Simsa, though, a lot closer than they were off at the last restart. It's not going to be the easiest of runnings for them as they try to close themselves back on in here at this point.
So drivers are just going to, once again, have to sit tight. It's a hurry up and wait kind of race today, unfortunately, and sometimes you do get those. I mean, we mentioned we're doing short track racing later. Every short track racer can tell you sometimes this is just how the races are, and you kind of have to roll with the punches and accept that that's going to be the reality of things for the day's racing. The complexion can always change on a dime, though. And it can go from all these yellow flags to a bunch of green flag racing because, I mean, it's not under anybody's control except the drivers. And maybe everybody just cleans their act up and everything goes green to the finish. And again, you have to be on your toes. You have to be on the balls of your feet because you have to change your strategy at the snap of a finger and be able to go with what you're seeing. And that's really where the difficulty in the strategy of these endurance races come, DJ, is you both have to be thinking forward and try to plan ahead while also dealing with how things are at the moment.
Exactly. It's that kind of dichotomy, that almost cognitive dissonance that you have to be dealing with in your mind. You've got to be thinking about both things at the same time to be able to make sure you're not going to lose any sort of positioning over the course of the race. You've really got to be thinking about it, and especially at a race like this. And Joe, predicting the unpredictability, that's really and truly kind of one of the tenets that we brought into this race, talking about the way to get yourself around here is you have to be ready for the unexpected in a race such as this.
Always expect the unexpected, especially at a road course, or street course, I should say, because you just don't know what's going to happen out there, and sometimes some very weird things can always happen at street circuits. I mean, it's not a purpose-built racing course, so there's unusual things that can happen. I think a few times in real life there have been manhole covers that have been pulled up because a lot of these cars produce a lot of downforce, obviously, that pull them up. I remember back when IndyCar was at Nashville one year, a yellow flag had to come out because there was water seeping out onto the track once. Obviously, thankfully, we don't have to deal with those things here in the sim world. But again, it's just there's so many things that aren't built to be a specific racetrack, DJ.
Exactly. As we take a look back here once again, taking a look, join the OBS World Metaverse, download the app, and immerse yourself in today's race, the BC 400 miles of California. But good news for race fans as the safety car is in this lap. Here we get ready to go back under green flag racing once again. Camilo Dahan stacking the field up behind him as we get ready to go back here. His teammate there, Loic Martin, close behind him, but Tony Rainen very close behind, only about 2.2 seconds as the green flag flies once again. We are back under racing conditions, and it's a good getaway there for Camilo Dahan up at the front of the field. Playing the rear gunner role at this point will be Loic Martin. A little bit of movement farther back in the field here. Looks like SRB Motorsports and Locals Autosport dicing around there a little bit in that LMP3 category. The first couple of GTPs, though, through the fountain nice and cleanly.
Yeah, and now the 66 is in the position that Beerskin was in. They've got cars to pass.
Oh,
and there's
spin!
A spin! Including, was that the Alpha Esports purple car suddenly finds himself losing places as they go completely around at turn 5.
Oh my goodness, and I think this may have just been an issue with cold tires here. We talked about the falling track temperatures, caught the bump there coming through turn 5 a little bit, and that was just a spin around, and it looked like another one of the cars in back just spinning in sympathy. That's one of the BMWs, I believe, and I think that may have been as I look down through the order here, that may have been Team Fordzilla.
Yeah, I'm double checking to see, but it definitely was the curbs that sent them spinning around. Movano SimRacing in the 6 was the other one that was turned around, unfortunately, in that action. Everybody else having to kind of bob and weave their way around that group. So, yeah, Sasha Gourlay, unfortunately, facing the wrong way before they can get it turned around. Man, you've got to be careful when you go over that curb on the inside. That is a perfect example of how just a wrong bounce can send you around, because that turn has a bit of a crest and it's off camber, so it's sending you around to the outside and it's putting forces on the car that are just slightly abnormal to what you're used to. So that's why you see drivers lose it a little bit more easily.
Yeah, exactly. And so you've got to be so careful when you try to go through there. And you've also got to be careful here if you are Povalisias or Cybus right now. The battle for second place in the GT3 category, the Blue by TC car and the Trisp Alpha Esports entry on each other right now. About 0.5 of a second the gap as they're very aggressive there coming over those curbs. But I've got to say that Blue by TC car has definitely seen some better days. There is definitely some damage there on the front of that number 14.
I suspect there's going to be a number of drivers with damage on their cars by the end of this one, and it'll be easier to count the number of drivers with a clean machine as we come onto the backstretch. Awful close here. Again, you can't have opportunities, but a big defense down into the corner by Povolitis is going to dissuade Cybus from trying to make the move.
Yeah, it's going to dissuade them from trying to make the move here at the moment, but Cybus is just going to be trying to be able to see if he can get anything to go. Not a good run there off of the corner. So let's see what they are able to do here. Cybus just holding in behind, waiting to see if they are able to do anything at this point. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get a run here coming down into turn 1. He's going to keep it in line, and they're going to fly themselves back down through the corner and into the fountain section.
Car 56, unfortunately, given a black flag for passing before the start-finish line. And our leader just came across a car that was trying to get turned around. Thankfully, didn't make contact. That was PPF Racing in the 227, who were doing a 3-point turn in the hairpin. Honestly, I actually put that one a little bit more on the fault of the car that was turning around. They had all that space on the outside, and they decided to try and turn it around on the racing line.
Yeah, a little bit of a sketchy situation there to be able to do that. You never want to try to be turning around on the racing line. We've talked about that quite a bit as how to go. As Joe, we take a look back at that replay here, or the incident that you were talking about coming down into the hairpin. Oh, no, that was a different one. That was a little bit of a how you doing.
This is the one, yeah. So they got turned around. This was not their fault. They got pushed around, so they are right to be aggrieved there. But look at that. There's so much room to the outside, closer to the camera. And this is where the scary moment comes in, just inches away from making contact with the nose.
Yeah, so very close there, and that was your leader at that point as they tried to be able to get themselves back around right now. We take a look back on board Cybus here in the Trispalva Esports entry. 3.5 tenths of a second, the gap in between the two. They're going to try to close it down in front of them, using those curbs around the fountain section to actually rotate the car a little bit. Now, these GT3s, they've got a little bit more of a supple suspension. They're able to take a little bit more give. That's why going through that turn 5 section, you're able to see them take a little bit more of that curb like we talked about.
I wonder if we need to pay attention to the GTPs, because for a long time, P2 was well clear of everybody else just based on the strategy. But look at this. Pure Sims Esports, who at one point was facing the wrong way on the track, has caught back up to the 66 car and are hounding them.
Yeah, really all over the back here at this point. It is definitely game on as they run. Let's see what they can do here at this point. Here they go. This could get very, very interesting. We haven't really called Pure Sims' name all that much here at this point, but they're certainly back into it at this point.
Yeah, they were one of those that got caught out by the curbs down at turn 5 at one stage. And the caution has allowed them to catch back up. And now that we had that issue for Alpha Esports Purple, they inherited this spot as it's too wide in front of them. They're going to get away with it. My goodness, that makes me so nervous every time I see it. It was Alpha Esports 30 who was trying to overtake one of the GT3s. Actually, no, it was trying to overtake the EV car there. And now all the prototypes are going to dash by them as they also go through on the Ferrari down to the inside. Doesn't quite give the opportunity for Jordan Johnson that he wanted.
Yeah, that's not really going to open up that opportunity here at this point quite yet. Let's see if there's going to be anything else to be able to go here. Jordan Johnson just trying to look, trying to go as much as possible. Lap traffic starting to play a factor here as they come down into 6.
Yeah, I haven't talked about that in a bit, but they're definitely, with the green flag racing we've seen, catching up to the back end of the field. This is going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons for sure, especially for that P2 fight. As they go by Mike Gaff, he's going to stay off to the side. That's also Altus Esports is in their category, but it's a lapped car in the GTPs. So he's got the same pace as them, or at least close to the same pace. So he's going to be even more difficult to try and overtake unless he facilitates the pass here.
Well, and I've got to wonder just how willing he's going to be to get out of the way here as big traffic jam coming down the main straightaway. There you see Ryan ducking and diving his way out of the way of the BMW there, the Mercedes there to try to be able to get their way around. Here they go, now looking down into turn 1. Jordan Johnson just stalking behind, and this is what he wants to see. That OBS World by Simsa car held up a little bit by a Mercedes, but they're going to take the advantage going down into turn 4, and that's going to put Johnson on the back foot.
That was 10 tenths that they went by, who is still missing the nose, curiously. Did not take the repairs and are down into 6th position, so they've lost that track position. And let's not forget about the Alpha Esports Purple car. They're trying to charge back up to that battle for P2 as well, but they're having to deal with all of this traffic. Checking in. Oh, and this is for the lead in GT3 as the 82 in the 80, excuse me, not the 82 and the 87. That is the 14 and the 148 are only separated by about half a second.
Yeah, and this has been a battle that we've been following here for a moment. Pavlidis with that damage on the front of the car, getting out of the way for your leader there at this point, as that is going to be Camilo Dahan working their way on by. But this battle only separated by 0.2 of a second. And AKM Racing UK, that's behind them. That's Michael Gull behind the wheel of the car. That BMW that you see in the background of your shot, that's for position, as is SR Technic Endurance, the 313 Porsche. The top 4 throw a blanket over them.
Wow, that's got to be the best battle we've seen for the lead in any of the classes, probably for the whole race. I mean, obviously, I know it's been close for the lead in the GTPs, but it's been 2 teammates, and they haven't shown any signs of wanting to fight one another. So this is going to get fascinating here down in the GT3s. And currently with 2 Porsches up at the top of them right now, and a BMW sandwiched in between second and fourth place, which is another Porsche. Very strong car, it seems, like you said, needing a car that's kind of pointy on the corners. And with that, and one of them pitting in, that is Tri-Spalv Esports. Excuse me, no, that's... Yes,
yeah,
sorry.
It is Tri-Spalv Esports. They're going to bring the car down into pit lane here, and with about a minute, or I keep saying that, an hour and 10 minutes left to go here in this race, I've got to think that's going to be near the end, potentially the final pit stop that they will have to make, especially if we get another yellow flag period that could extend that out a little bit more. We check back in on the battle for P2 up in the OBSP category right now as, whoa, close quarters racing coming down through turn 5.
Always got to keep your heads up. You can see the flash of the lights there. Some of the drivers maybe not appreciating it as much as they get lapped by some of these other cars. And this is, we got a car off to the side crabbing, I think, there.
Yeah, that's an LMP3 entry there. Not entirely sure who it was, but some pretty hefty damage coming down into the corner. That's the 400 machine. Tried to take a look there, 405, excuse me, tried to take a look down into the inside and just bunk. Everything kind of coming together there for them. Again, that's the 405 machine, the 4X Racing orange car, and that's going to be stopped out on the track. They're not going to be able to get back down to pit lane, and that's going to be another safety car.
So... bit of a strange one there on the backstretch. In real life, we do see a lot of wrecks there that bring out full course yellows because cars will get stranded and caught up in that tire barrier. This is, I think, the first one we've seen caused by that turn onto Seaside Way.
Yeah, I think it is as well. As it certainly was one of the bigger incidents that we've seen there. Obviously, we've seen a couple of comings together there over on that side of the track, but certainly not enough to warrant a yellow flag up to this point.
Maybe just a little bit of a overambitious move there from the 405, causing a lot of issues and stuck at a spot where it was just too narrow to pull them off of the track, and that slows us up once again with, let's see, what are we down to? Hour left to go now in this race. So we're close to the final quarter, and as I expected, we're seeing a lot of drivers pitting in, including our overall leader.
Yeah, and if we do get another safety car cautions here at this point, if we do get a couple of more safety cars, I've got to imagine that this could extend the fuel cycle and they may be able to make it to the end. Now, these GTPs normally do run about 30 to 35 minutes on a tank of fuel, as it looks like that's going to be Jake Badger now jumping behind the wheel of the Alpha Esports red car.
So taking over for Camilo de Haan, who has been in for the entirety of the race till now. That has got to be at the limit for these drivers on what they can take part in and having to hand over, I would think. 3/4 of the race, probably plenty. And that means Alpha Esports Purple inherits the lead, but they still need a pit stop. And I wonder now if this is the team saying, all right, the 17 lost track position, they had an issue, let's split the strategy.
Yeah, I think that's a great call there, Joe. I think that's exactly what they could be doing at this point. And it certainly could be the way that they are thinking about it. And I don't disagree with that call by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, that's a brilliant call.
It's probably the best way to deal with this because they only were down to the Alpha Esports red car trying to take the win there. They had the track position. So maybe I wonder if the what they consider the better, I just saw we didn't see it on screen, but Jack Badger almost spun the car coming out of turn 4 under yellow conditions here. I wonder if this is the more ideal strategy that 37 is taking, at least in their heads, and the 17 is kind of taking more of the gamble at this stage by remaining out in case it goes green to the finish from here. So, yeah, it's going to be... Oh, no, they're pitting in. Excuse me. Wow.
All right, a little bit interesting there. I wonder if they just got caught out a little bit, that they couldn't bring themselves back into the pit lane when that initial safety car period came out.
I've crumpled up my notes and thrown them in the bin now. It's just, I thought I had figured that one out, but what do I know? I'm just the commentator. Loic Martin is probably also okay. So, yeah, they also have to worry about the driver time limits. Aaron Knight is getting into the car because Loic has not gotten out of the car since we started this race.
Yeah, I think that's what they're mainly concerned about here at this point. So that's what they're going to bring themselves in for, and they're going to bring everything back around here at this point as they go. And that's what they're going to be doing here.
This has really been a grueling race. It's definitely been a race of attrition. I see a lot of cars sitting parked. I see more checkered flags as well. Oh, man. All of the 4X racing cars have officially retired from this race. This is going to be a super blow to every one of their teams. Blue, orange, and purple are all done for the day. Altus Esports 71 car, as we mentioned earlier, is out of this one as well. Only other official retirement, SRB Motorsport R&R and the 237 have been sitting in taking repairs. They've got a meatball flag. Alpha Esports by G Performance, that is the 77 machine, is also sitting and waiting patiently for the team to finish up work. And Beaver Grease Racing in the number 12, sadly also having to sit and watch just from the sidelines for now, hoping that they can get back out in time. Oh, another problem under yellow, DJ. Altus Esports 30 car. Oh, they just came out from the pit lane. I must have just been talking about them actually sitting in the pit stall, and they almost outbraked themselves out of the pit lane coming down into turn one.
Well, I mean, that certainly can happen here. I mean, as we talked about earlier on, the difficulty of these braking systems to be able to get them right, it certainly can throw you off a little bit if you're not ready for it. So clearly them getting caught out there just a little bit by them at this point, having a little bit of a problem there, and thankfully they're able to get everything back around.
Okay, I'm going to speculate, and as we've seen before, this is dangerous because I can so easily be wrong. Beerskin Simsa is the car that you see coming into pit lane. You talked about how you could maybe stretch it to the end depending on the length of the caution. Maybe that's what we're seeing some of these cars do, waiting a little bit longer. Now, if it was me, I would go until as far to the end of the yellow as possible, just to try and, make it less of a question mark. But we don't know if they're maybe at the end of the stint here. Actually, no, they shouldn't, because it's only 18 laps for the 11 car that I'm seeing that they've been on this. But, a possibility is that they're just trying to shorten this last stint by going long in this caution to try and pit closer to the end of it and make it easier to get to the end of the race.
Yeah, I think that could be certainly the way to be able to do it. I mean, if you come on in and if you can shorten that final stop, that's going to certainly be the way to go. The shorter you can make that final pit stop, it's the less time you got to spend in pit lane, the better you're able to make it work.
I believe the famous quote from Murray Walker is, "I don't make mistakes, I simply make predictions that immediately proved false." So
I think that's right, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm going on here. I'm making a prediction. I don't know if they're going to be right, but we'll see if the drivers are kind of thinking the same way that I am at this stage. This means that the 116 Pure Sims Esports is now our new leader up at the front of the field, with a couple cars between them. No, actually only one car. And it is a GT3, Vianney Tekint in the Valkyrie competition car, who's going to be waved by, which means there are going to be no cars between P1 and P2 at the start.
Oh, this is going to get a little bit spicy, and I think Alpha Esports Red is going to be right there as well.
You're right. Wow, P1, P2, and P3 are all going to start close to one another in the final hour of this race. Now, we might get another yellow that'll change that up, but this gives us a fantastic restart that I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better situation where it brings the leaders back together for what is hopefully a final dash to the finish.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing we want to see here at this point. This is what we love to be able to go. And my only hope with this, Joe, is that we'll be able to stay clean and green through the end here on this, and that we'll be able to see some good green flag racing.
Same here. Crossing fingers. I think we've had enough yellows for this one. They've been dealt with wonderfully. The stewards have done a great job getting us back to green flag. And we have had some good periods of racing. I want to see this one go to the end so that we have a straight fight between these three.
Yeah, I would love to see that as well. We have seen just kind of the simmering of the pot here at this point, and everybody waiting to be able to have this battle all fire off here at this point. And this is really the moment that we've been waiting for, to see everything culminate into a battle such as this. And we will be getting to that here in just a few laps time, obviously, as everybody brings themselves back around here as they go. And join the OBS World Metaverse. Download the app and immerse yourself in today's race, the BC Vault 400 miles of California. Absolutely incredible stuff here to be able to see. As once again, a massive thank you to our sponsors for all of the work that they do. HundredForce as well as BC Vault jumping on board here, making a race such as this possible. None of it would be possible without any of them.
Certainly, and as we watch them get the last couple wave rounds now for the prototypes as well. It's going to start to sort them out even more. Could be, I mean, this, if you're those that have pitted, well, actually, no, everybody is pitted under this caution in the GTPs I just noticed. So there's not a whole lot of variation in strategy, but the latest is that Beerskin number 11 to have pitted just a lap ago. So everybody's kind of on the same strategy, but that means that all of these cars in the top fastest class are kind of saying, no, take your time, stewards. Let's, extend this one out. We don't want to have to make some green flag stops. We want to be able to get to the end from here. Because again, if they go green to the finish, it's going to be difficult if it actually, I want to say, so, I mean, theoretically, they need it to restart probably with about 30 minutes to go at best. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure we will have at least one more stop.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. It's just going to be a matter of how that is going to play out necessarily over the course of this, and we're going to have to wait and see. I think we are going to need one more stop, but I think for a lot of these drivers, they're banking on a little bit of a back run here at this point to be able to see if they can do anything. I think for them, just trying to shorten that that final stop as much as possible. That's the real impetus here of coming down under this most recent yellow flag period.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm filling up the chalkboard with equations now, but the simple answer to me looks like that everybody is expecting to do one more stop, but they were, trying to extend it so that it is for sure, because as you said, 35 to 40 minutes or 30 to 35 minutes, depending on how thirsty the cars are, with that yellow flag coming with about just over an hour to go, that would line it up just about right, but you don't want to cut it too tight. So hence why I think we saw a couple drivers maybe kind of wait a little bit and then come in to make sure that they've got some wiggle room in case it does go green to the finish, and that they can just make the stop right in the middle of it and go right to the end.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the call here, Joe. That's exactly what they are hoping to do here at this point, is just cover their bases, as it were, and make sure they are able to have every sort of contingency accounted for here at this point. Looks like we're going to have at least one more lap under safety car conditions, but Joe, you just put a note here in chat that it looks like the leader of leaders in LMP3 sound like they're doing the same kind of thing.
Yeah, leaders, apologies, I mistyped in terms of the team. It looks like the 113 is in pit lane, but this might actually be a long stop. Oh, excuse me, they're changing drivers, I believe. Yeah, they're switching out drivers. But the locals Autosport, I think, trying to kind of do a bit of the same. Now, I don't know how long they can go on their fuel, but if it is similar, this could be a call on their part. But now they are about to go behind the leader, which means they're going to lose that lead to the 532. Now, I thought they were trying to take a free pit stop, but no, they're going to get passed by the pace car. So they're going to lose track position. And I'm trying to, again, I'm going to try and figure all this strategy out in my head live as it's happening, which sometimes doesn't quite work out. Maybe this is a case of they got the wave around. So they figured this is, in a sense, kind of a free pit stop, but maybe timed it slightly wrong. They're back going once again. It was 2 minutes. They must have had some damage maybe to try and repair. So I'm gonna do some investigation, DJ, see if I can figure out this mystery.
All right, it sounds like certainly one worth investigating here at this point, as we have 53 minutes left to go here in the 400 miles of California. Drivers working their way along the run here from turn 6 into turn 7, excuse me, through turn 8. Expecting to see that pace car scamper off. That's exactly what it does. We will be back under green flag racing conditions here in just a few moments' time as we get ready to hopefully be able to finish this race out under green.
And I found it. The locals Autosports team, again, under yellow, ran into the wall out of turn 8 onto Seaside Way. They just overcooked it, trying to catch the back of the train, and they had to come in to repair damage. That's why they've lost the lead.
Oh my goodness gracious, talk about a rough running there for them. That is not what they want to see have happen, especially at this point in the race. But we have to focus up on the front of the field here at this point, because Pure Sims Esports' Jordan Johnson is away. We are back under green at Long Beach.
Good launch here from the Alpha Esports red car. Thought that they were going to take a look down into turn 1. Alexander Walton will hold on to P2 in the OBS World by Simsa car for now on that first corner. But for how long? Behind them does look like the 11 has caught up. So now it's the top 4, all line astern, all fighting for position. Oh, excuse me, they've got to pass by, looks like BC Vault by Simsa, separating themselves from third place. But that's just one car, so it shouldn't be too difficult if they can make quick work of this. This is definitely on with 51 minutes to go.
Yeah, it very, very much is. The race is most certainly on here at this point. And there you see the closing by OBS World by Sim. So we ride on board that number 66 machine here at this point as they close down up through the corners here. Try to be able to get a little bit of a play. Let's see what they can do here. As almost contact coming through the final hairpin. They are that close to that Pure Sims Esports Cadillac up in front of them.
Almost looked like there was just the tiniest bit of contact, but I think they should be able to get away with that as he didn't turn the car or cause either of them damage. But oh, it is getting close, and now they're down to the fine margins, DJ. With this being close to one of the last stints and with them so tight together, I don't think there's going to be any more sit around and wait. There's pressure to try and make the moves.
Yeah, it is go time. There is absolutely no question of that here at this point. It is go, 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 full systems ahead here for all of these drivers. Got to be a little bit of frustration here, I think, for Alpha Esports Red. They're losing a little bit of time as they try to work their way up and on through. It just looks like they don't quite have the outright pace to be able to keep up with these two cars up in the lead.
So trying to chase down the 116, who we haven't really seen hold the lead, I think, this entire race, honestly. It's been mostly down to the Alpha Esports 2 cars out there kind of controlling things. Then occasionally we've seen the 66 up at the front trading with them, other than very early in the race where it's been held by different hands. But now things have swapped around. The advantage is in that 116 as we're going to take a look at the replay here of... whoa. How did the 111 get 2 wheels in the air? That's wild.
Yeah, that's very, very crazy. It looks like they just kind of mounted the curb there a little bit and really had a rough ride. That's the MTS Garage machine, by the way. Let's take a look on board. Yeah, they just caught the bed of the flower bed wrong, it looks like.
Again, highly unusual, but there's something about these street circuits bring out the weirdness in racing, is certainly getting tight between Jack Badger and Giomontes, who are not fighting for position. BC Vault by Simsa trying to get their lap back, and this is actually slowing up Jack Badger, who is in 3rd position, by a little bit.
Yeah, slowing them up just a little bit as they run, and Badger's starting to close in behind there as they go, but this battle just starting to fire off here as it's percolating. Under 0.5 of a second for Alexander Walton, as he just continues to try to reel in that car in front of him of Jordan Johnson, but Johnson not succumbing to the pressure. But of course, this is all going to change around when they come up against traffic.
The Alpha Esports purple car is in the runoff. They are, I think this is in turn 9, coming through Firestone Turn. They're trying to find their way back onto the track right now, and they're able to do it. I don't know if they have damage from this one, but they're going to lose a ton of time. They're now down in 6th position. It has been going horrendously wrong at the end of the race. Look at this.
Oh, just missing the braking zone there. And of course, traction control being on these cars makes it very difficult for them to switch around a little bit. As here we go, just Jordan Johnson continuing to lead over Alexander Walton. They dive down through the corner right now, down through turn 9, trying to keep everything underneath them here as they go. Going to whip around here for Walton. Tries to get that steering wheel straightened out as much as possible. They're going to be able to get up to speed now here as they run, but still that gap looking like it's under 0.5 of a second. It's remaining very, very close.
And look at all the traffic that they're coming upon here. This is going to get a little bit hairy in a moment, especially with 2nd place breathing down your neck. You can't sit and wait too patiently here. You had to make the good decisions before. Now you've just got to try and make an attack on those cars ahead, because you can't leave the door open to those behind.
No, you certainly cannot. You've got to know what you're coming up against here at this point. And here comes the traffic. Now it's absolutely go time.
Manages to scythe his way through the first couple. Oh, finds just enough. Look at that. Bouncing off the Ferrari. Walton making contact there with the SR Technic car. Thankfully did not cause a wreck. I think he may have gotten away with it. I don't think they'll penalize him for that, but he's got to be so careful, because even if you don't wreck because of those contacts, you can sometimes get black flags and have a little bit of a stoppage in front of them. Thankfully clears just in time.
Yeah, clears just in time as there. Walton had a little bit of a look coming down through the hairpin, but had to give up the ghost as he wasn't able to get the power down nearly as much as he wanted. Contact with the leaders in front. Walton barely avoids.
Oh, but
nobody's spun. That's Walton.
That is not a place that is common to see a wreck, and with the speeds that they run, he just had a massive accident. The 66, who was in the hunt for the win almost all race long, might now have been taken out, and it looks like he may be stranded as he's still sitting there. Cars flying in the air as they come together down along the Shoreline Drive.
And I think what happened there is that initial contact that we saw with the BMW up in front, as we ride on board there at this point, that initial contact, I think, damaged the suspension on Walton's car, and as he tried to turn it, it just wouldn't go. There you see on board with the BMW as they tried to get themselves back around. Yeah, right there. And look, he had no control of the car, tried to keep it pointed the straight way, and the wheel wanted to turn to the right.
And I tried to see, I wondered if maybe they blew the engine and that's why they were stranded, but no, they did creep forward slightly, and we do have the full course yellow, so the drivers now are stacking back up, and OBS World by Simsa has had to take a tow into pit lane. Alpha Esports Red is also in pit lane. Are they swapping drivers back around? They also went down into the runoff. The 37 could not turn, and this was under yellow flag conditions for some reason, and they had to toe to pit lane. Something weird has gone on with the Alpha Esports cars.
Oh my goodness, everything going to naught there on what looked like a great day for Alpha Esports, both red and purple here at this point. But Joe, I've also got to be worried about if I am Jordan Johnson in that Pure Sims Esports team, not necessarily because of damage, but I've got to wonder what the stewards might say about that. That could be under investigation here for a little bit of an unsafe pass.
Exactly. Also, the 113 has been given a black flag, not just a black flag, 2 laps penalty for illegal pass around. Now, that 113 is the locals' auto sport car. You want to know how they got into the lead? Well, they took a wave around when they weren't supposed to. So them getting the damage could have been a little bit of karma, but that doesn't count for anything. You still get penalized for having that happen. So they're going to take a double whammy for this one, which is a real shame, since I assume they still had a decent race in their hands, even if they took an unfair extra wave around. But yeah, I'm gonna go back and take a look at the 116 take another look at that incident and see if maybe that might merit a black flag.
Yeah, we'll have to see just kind of as they went down.
Actually, Beerskin, I think that was a race.
Take a look back at the highlights over the course of the race. It's been a very scruffy race up to this point. A lot of incidents taking place there as we look back now under full course yellow conditions. And a lot of drivers down into pit lane, including OBS World by Simsa, Alpha Esports Red, both suffering damage as a result of that most recent reason for the safety car period. This is absolute insanity here as they go and as they try to be able to get themselves around. We will be going back to take a look at the highlights here of the race. A little bit of contact coming down into that first corner. That has been one of the stories of the day. For a while, it was Alpha Esports purple and red up at the front of the field. A little bit of a spin around there, though, for 4SR Racing as they found themselves pointed the wrong way coming down out of turn 9.
Same deal there in the fountain section, which lost a lot of bodywork for a number of drivers and brought out another yellow, as this one did eventually. That prototype wound up stranded just on Pine Avenue, unable to take off. A near spin, unfortunately, for another of the LMP3 shows just how tough it is over these curbs, which has caught out so many cars, including this BMW, the number 3 here, coming up and over turn 5. Again, barely avoiding contact with the wall, but losing a number of positions, unfortunately. As, of course, let's not forget about our sponsor in this race. As join the OBS World Metaverse, download the app and immerse yourself in today's race, the BC Vault 400 miles of California, as we take a look at a few more of those highlights. This time, though, one of our former leaders unfortunately spun around there, DJ.
Yeah, one of our leaders spun around as so much problems out here today for the running. This was a great battle that we saw. This wasn't so great as another tip around there coming down through the final hairpin right there. Not what they wanted to have happen. More consternation coming down into turn 8. That was a big coming together that led to another yellow flag period as a result of Crab and Carr coming down the back straightaway. They tried to be able to get that car back into the pits under their own steam, but unfortunately just did not happen that way. As we come back to live pictures here, you see everybody working their way around behind the safety car, the pass-through period being taken care of here at this point, and everyone just trying to sort themselves back out. And once again, massive, massive thank you to OBS World for coming on in here and sponsoring this race. Join the OBS Metaverse, download the app, and immerse yourself in today's race, the BC Vault 400 miles of
So I was able to take a look at that accident before we went to the highlights. I don't think, at least, and again, my opinion only means so much because I'm not a steward here, so this is just my opinion here. I don't think the leader it was at fault on that one, trying to make the pass on the GT3 car. It was a 772 Verano Motorsports that got hit into the air. They tried to take the racing line, which is understandable, but they didn't realize that the GTP was also kind of going for that space. If it was me, I would say racing incident, because it was an understandable gap since they're racing for the lead, that he was trying to go down to the inside, and then that GT3 car just at the last moment didn't know that he was also heading for there, and they kind of came together around that gentle curve. But that's me. We'll see if the stewards feel the same.
Yeah, we'll have to see there on that. I mean, once again, just taking a quick look at what that was going to be a little bit of a crazy incident there, and something that could be happening. So now the biggest concern, if that is the way you see it there, gentlemen, I take your word on that. We'll have to see if there's any damage now on that 116 of Jordan Johnson. I mean, that was a pretty high-speed moment coming into the corner, and you're going to have to hope that everything's okay.
Yeah, so that little bit of contact, unfortunately, could be costly in the end, but like we said, it's those little decisions that you got to get right. So here's a question then, DJ. We're under yellow. Look at how much time is left. Is it worth trying to pit now, or do you wait a little bit longer, a couple more laps under yellow, hoping that you can make that final stop and get to the end?
I mean, at this point, I think you've got to think about it. And certainly at this point, if I were Alpha Esports Purple, Beerskin by Simsa, some cars that maybe find themselves a little bit farther down in the order, haven't had the outright pace here today, I would certainly think about it. And there we have a couple of drivers taking down to pit lane. That looks like Alpha Esports Red, I think, is going to be in pit lane here at this point as they work their way on in. So I think there's certainly drivers worth taking that opportunity to be able to do it. Probably waiting until the final stages of this caution period to come on in, though, would be my idea of doing that, just as a way to come down in and try to avoid that last pit stop.
Yeah, I think, like we said before, to making your last stop first before anybody else is going to pay big dividends here. So if you feel like you can get to the end, you might as well give it a shot, because I don't think we're going to see the other drivers manage to get much farther unless maybe get a really long yellow at the end. I mean, how far did we see some of those cars go in the GTPs? I have to double check some of the leaders, because some of them did go quite long in the beginning.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, they went for a very, very long stint. Looking at upwards here of I saw the number 4 machine, I think, do almost 54 laps under quite a few safety car periods here at this point. But they may be able to make this work. They may not be able to come in again.
One thing also worth mentioning is, I talked about it early in the race, DJ, that the GT3s and the LMP3s are kind of close on pace. Because of the number of yellows we've had, they're actually extremely mixed up. I keep confusing myself because our timing and scoring can color code these, and so I've got them, the two classes different colors, but it doesn't say which. It's just a color, and I keep forgetting that the LMP3s are in there because there's only 3 of them that are currently ahead of the GT3s right now. They've been backed up so many times by these yellows that they are all mixed up in between each other, still mostly on the same lap, and the GT3 leader is only behind by, well, right now it's by a minute under yellow, but I think that's going to change once they finish the wave rounds here.
Yeah, I think it is as well, and we're going to have to see how that plays out for these drivers. I mean, once again, we enter into the unknown, and it's not out of the realm of possibility here at this point that we end this race under a yellow flag condition. If we continue down the sort of path that we've been going down here at this point, we could very well see this race end under yellow, and if that happens, I think if you're some of these cars, you got to push here at this point.
Certainly. And for Altus Esports number 30 machine, they have a very good chance at the win. Trying to double check. I think, how many did we have at the start of this race? Yeah, so 15 GTPs started this race. You want to know where Altus started? 15th place. Last
Absolutely remarkable.
to possibly first today for the number 30 car, if they can make this pass.
If they can make this work, and that's a big if. I mean, not only is this a difficult track to drive, it's an even more difficult to pass here at this point. Looked like it was starting to speed up a little bit. There was the pace car. Not sure if it's going to be able to go here right now, but let's see what they are able to do as they go. I think we're going to have one more lap of caution here.
Yeah, it looks like it. I have to double check. I believe back when F1 raced here, it was either John Watson or Niki Lauda. I'm trying to remember which driver came from nearly last on the field of 22 to win the race, or field of 26, I think. But it was like 22nd or 23rd position that they had climbed up and managed to take victory. In fact, I think it's still the most positions passed to take the win in a Formula One race.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I'm going to just trust you on that stat there at that point, because I'm not sure about that one, but I wouldn't be surprised to be able to do that. I mean, just by battle of attrition, we've seen that so many times on street races that can be the way to be able to gain all of those spots.
Yeah, I'm double checking on it, but it's definitely one I remember from from earlier on, and seeing some of those old highlight videos, and seeing Watson and Lauda and the McLarens manage to do that back in the 70s, but or I think it may have been early 80s actually. But anyways, as we watch them now come around onto the backstretch, 32 minutes left to go, and nobody chose to pit in, so they seem to think, let's try and stretch this to the end for our leaders.
All right, let's see if they're able to do it. Here they go. As that safety car does scamper off down the lane here at this point. Pierre Sims, Altus Esports, and Beer Skin all on top of each other here at this point. They are all on top of each other. I also want to point out here that Sapphire SimSport Alpha, the leader in your GT3 class, 10th to 1st here at this point. They're doing a great job as well. But right now, we're not focused on the ends. We're not focused on the start here for the GT3s. We're focused on the start for the GTPs as the OBSP class gets ready to go back under green flag conditions. Just over 30 minutes to go. Jordan Johnson gets back on the loud pedal. We're back racing from Long Beach.
Flying down into turn one. Good start there from Johnson. Puts himself out of range from the 30. And so that could be critical. Like we said, it's so hard to pass here. They've still got the 11 in close with them. And of course, they're probably going to catch traffic if they stay green to the end of this race. So they will get chances. But for right now, the 116 has got a boogie.
Yeah, they've got to be pushing here at this point. The one good thing that they are going to have working for them is this is Cadillac versus Cadillac, so it's going to be similar power delivery, similar handling characteristics over the course of the car, so it's not like they've got to worry about anything coming out against them to be surprised by. Great couple of corners, though for Altus Esports. Jordi Lopez, a really great drive off of that line. He's going to keep things nice and close going down into turn 9.
Also is able to pull it up. 1983 at this very track. John Watson, 22nd to 1st. So could we see some of that from Jordi Lopez and Matt Danson here today if they can make one more pass and try to take the victory as they come down the front stretch. Still a one-on-one fight. Well, one-on-one-on-one fight here without any of the traffic as they try to catch up. And we're starting to get some of that golden hour I was talking about. Look at how low the sun's starting to get in the sky.
Yeah, it certainly is. We go back to check out a replay here. This is our former leader in the GT3 class, the 10/10ths category, and a big stack up coming down through the hairpin. Good call there by Bombilis, closing the car down, and no contact back down to the GT3 category. That's refreshing to see.
Yep, glad to see everybody stay heads up in that situation. So back to Beerskin Racing trying to catch up to Altus Esports here in second. 1, 2, 3 after 4 hours, still separated by only a second and a half between them, helped out by the yellows, but it still is what it is, and the race is on to try and decide this finish. We were talking about how the Caddy tends to understeer here. Well, guess who's 1 and 2 right now?
It's Cadillacs up at the front here at this point, starting to pull away, being chased down by a Porsche at this point. Let's see what they're able to do with it as they try to be able to go here right now. Beerskin by Simsa closing on in. Let's see what they are able to do. Christopher Kindler trying to see if he can get anything to play. He's actually the one closing on in here a little bit more.
Also, Locals Autosport is now serving their penalty. And car coming in behind them, trying to make out who that is. That looks like SRP Motorsport by Vega. So that's another LMP3s many laps down. I think either serving a penalty or getting themselves their final pit stop to reach the end. But still following this battle for the lead. One of the closest fights we've got, of course, in this race. And what better battle to have here at the end for the overall victory.
Yeah, I mean, this is what it's all going to come down to here at this point. Officially under 30 minutes to go in this race. And this is going to get even more spicy as this traffic intensifies here at Long Beach. As they try to close on in here, it's going to be all down to Jordan Johnson. We know what his ability to clear through that traffic has been. We've seen that on display over the course of today, but we really haven't seen too much of it out of Jordi Lopez or Kindler behind. We're going to have to see what they're able to do.
Doesn't look like Lopez has the pace. He's been dropping 10th by 10th last couple laps. Lopez 10.1, 10.1, whereas Pure Sims Esports with Johnson has been a 196, 1095. He is just distancing himself from that 30 car, doing exactly what he needs to do.
Doing exactly what he needs to do here at this point. My big question here, though, is how everything's going to play itself out. Locals Autosport, by the way, down in pit lane from the LMP3 category here at this point. I think they may have run out of fuel and needed to come on in.
That's the penalty that they're serving, the 2-lap penalty that they have to give back for the wave around they weren't supposed to take. So they're being set back to where they're sort of supposed to be and taking a little pain in the process.
Yeah, here it is. Ooh, here's a nice little battle. This is Grigas and Klipka's trying to fight it out a little bit more. Porsche on Porsche. Trisbalv trying to be able to get their way on by and successfully getting that move done. Maybe not as successfully as they thought. Is fighting back, coming down through the fountain. That was some brave stuff.
Still side by side, no one willing to give way, almost up into the wall, I think, for Grigas in the 148. Finally, he has to give it up, and behind him, there are drivers that are in prototypes that would like to try and sneak by here, including, I think, our leaders are now coming through. So it's a good thing this battle is sorted out somewhat.
I think it has sorted out here, and that is going to be a little bit of a thank you from the leaders there at that point, that they're going to be able to get their way out and on through. Let's see what's able to happen right now, though. Let's see what they can do. Slicing and dicing, dicing and slicing are your leaders.
They've almost passed those cars that are fighting. In fact, yes, they just managed to finally get through. Oh, there's a wreck right in front of them coming out of the hairpin. That was Forex Racing Yellow, who ran into Vegeta's Pack Racing. Thankfully, I think they are moving once again, but it was a very hard hit. I'm actually impressed that both cars are still running.
Yeah, I am as well. Very, very impressed that they were able to do. And Jordan Johnson being very decisive with his moves up through the field. But I want to throw something else here. Let's remember that Altus Esports number 30 machine. That's Jordi Lopez. Jordi and the majority of that team known a lot for their oval experience. Maybe that can come to play here a little bit, dealing with this traffic in the final 25 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of these North American tracks do still have some of that flavor, like I mentioned at the start of the broadcast. And, oh no, did something happen to SimSport Voltage? They go wide, I think, trying to let the other cars through. Because remember, they're not racing in any particular class. They're an exhibition car, just trying to finish as high up as they can. Currently, they are running 47th. Oh, and we got a full course yellow again. Oh my goodness. Oh, it is a mess here in the replay. Cars upside down. Cars stopped. It is a parking lot. Look at this.
Oh, is there it comes on in, more and more chaos coming on through, and it looks like that was back down in the LMP3 category, but Joe, you got the better look at it.
Yeah, we didn't see it on the replay because it kept going and going and going. There were cars and cars and cars getting involved. Beerskin in it. I see Vegetus Pack Racing in it. Grow Team Racing Blue, PFP Racing. Looks like they may have gotten a piece of things as well. I can see the 4X, excuse me, though, the SR Technic Endurance car involved in this one. I mean, watch this. This is just, there's the car going on its lid. There's no wonder it came so quickly. As soon as this started to happen, I'm sure race control was on it as quickly as they could, but so many cars were coming around a blind corner. There was so much traffic. That's why it wound up so bad.
Now let's watch another look at this. Now this is the 111, and that was really the second part of that incident. Yeah, they got a big hit there. Yeah, as you said, Beerskin and Altus Esports, the second placed car, I think they were one of the ones that we saw have some pretty hefty damage there in that middle part of the incident. So your second and third place machines both down into pit lane here at this point with some pretty hefty damage.
Well, I think they're going to get this cleaned up and sorted out in time for us to go green. But, I mean, my goodness, that I'm trying to figure out who actually went on their lid on this one. I think that may have been Locals Autosport Black. No, it was someone behind them. There's so many cars, it's hard to, like, pick them out. That is Beerskin. Oh, that was Beerskin by Simsa in the 11. So from a possible podium to out of this race.
Oh my goodness, incidents coming back to play here at this point. Absolutely crazy, absolute insanity. It never stops ending here at this point for any of these drivers. It is absolutely getting turned on its head.
Looks like Altus Esports in the 30, who we were thinking had a shot at going from last to first, also in it. They're in pit lane. Alpha Esports Purple got through. The 116 somehow snuck through it. In fact, I kind of want to go and see how they got through it because, dear Lord, I don't understand how any car managed to get through without any sort of damage. It was just a wild one.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous there. A complete track blockage there at that point, absolutely coming back to bite. Everybody ready to get hit there at that point. I can't believe it. It is just absolutely insane.
And that all started trying to figure out where that came from there and all that, because there were definitely a lot of cars involved, but there are also those who unfortunately found themselves kind of an innocent victim, and somebody had to kick it all off. So I'm just trying to see if I can track down where it all eventually began. And I know we saw the replays, but I've already lost it from my mind. It looks like, I think this started with the car of Locals Autosport Black. Yeah, so Locals Autosport Black in the 213. And it wasn't a car hitting them. They just spun it into the tire barrier, and then they got hit by A&R Esport 58. And that's what started the whole thing off, and everything else was a chain reaction.
Yeah, as you said, an absolute chain reaction there from everybody sorting themselves around. And now the big question is going to be what happens here for Beerskin by Simsa, for Altus Esports 30. Are either of them going to be able to make it back out of the pits? Because they're effectively fighting for third place here. And if neither of them are able to make it back out without repairs, I mean, we could very well be looking at an LMP3 car up into the overall podium positions.
Unbelievable stuff. It's, yeah, it's been 6 drivers on the lead lap for quite some time. And this took out 2 of the major players right there, along with, I guess, some others, because yeah, it's Altus Esports is now falling off of it, and there you go. Just as they go by, the SRB Motorsports 23 machine is now on the overall podium, even though they're in an LMP3 car.
Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. I would have never called that coming into this race. Never in a million years would I have thought that is what we would be looking at here at this point. But that's exactly what we could be looking at. And that intrigue for that battle does not go away here at this point because, yes, we're talking about the overall podium there. But let's remember, if Beerskin by Simsa or Altus Esports is able to go out and put a single lap down, putting that other car a lap down, that will then guarantee them, for the most part, a third place in class. And what is that going to do as a result of it? I mean, that's got massive, massive championship implications. So many points on the line.
Okay, then. So it's this is going to be one to untangle for quite some time, I fear. Pure Sims Esports probably simply happy that they're at the front of the pack. Purple, oh my goodness, how far back is Purple actually? A few cars. So I think there's maybe about 3 or 4 cars between themselves. That's a very healthy buffer. Not a guarantee, but the 116 looking pretty good. And it'll all depend on how much time we have when we get the green flag back going. I'm guessing maybe somewhere in the realm of about 12 minutes left to go, I would guess, when we finally get this race restarted. So then, okay, who's going to finish on the podium for our GTPs? Because Fordzilla is 5 laps down from the leader. That means 3 laps down now from Beerskin and Altus. I think they should get that back. And this comes back, as we bring it back around, DJ, to one of our very early points. Fordzilla, 5 laps down, could finish on the podium as we got a backup in the hairpin. My goodness. But Fordzilla could finish on the podium despite looking like their race was over earlier on.
Well, and let's remember this. We just got clarification from Race Control that in order to be classified as finishing, you need to cross the start-finish line. So plenty of these drivers may not be able to make it back out there to be able to do it. So yeah, Team Fordzilla could be looking at that podium contention here at this point by sheer tenacity alone. I mean, this is why at the beginning of the race, if you suffer an issue, you get back on the horse and you keep driving.
And the caution came out with about a half an hour to go, a little less than that. So in that, you know, you have to finish, you have to be driving across the line to be classified in your position. You know, there's still a shot for Beerskin and Altus if the car isn't damaged enough. Once you do the required repairs, because I assume they've got black and orange flags. Yes, they both do. I've just confirmed. Once that's repaired, you can drive the car back out. It's considered safe enough. Now, it won't be fast, but I mean, depending on if we've got another yellow or things such as that, if they can get the car back out on track before Fordzilla laps them, then they've got a shot at still taking that podium. So again, I mean, they can't do anything because the virtual teams are all automatically done by iRacing, but I'm sure in their heads they're hurrying and rushing them to get the car back in a working condition.
Yeah, I mean, they have got to be absolutely hustling here at this point to try to see what they are able to do. And this is going to be, I think, a big moment for these drivers and for these virtual teams. They have got to be hustling. Now, there's plenty of that. Oh, that looked like a little bit, that BMW there, I believe, out on track. That may be one of our, that I think, is that Grow Team Racing Blue or is that Team Fordzilla? Has no rear wing on the car. That may be Team Fordzilla, if that's what they're thinking there at that point. You know, that's a little bit of a dangerous way to run that car around the track with no rear downforce. But once again, coming into that consideration of just trying to get those laps back.
I think they've been running that way for some time because, again, they're only 5 laps down. So I think Fordzilla has been... Actually, were they involved in that wreck, though? Because I think I mentioned them possibly being involved in that big wreck. So I'm going to check on that real quick. But yeah, no, I'm with you. It's a bit odd to see, but I think doable and obviously probably the right call in this situation.
Yeah, I certainly think so. And if you're able to get that lap back, I think then come down into pit lane here at this point. Once you do that, then get the repairs because you know what's going to be happening. You're able to do that to be able to bring the car back down once you gained that lap back, which they should be able to do here on this next lap around under the safety car.
I'm double checking here because I think they did lose that rear wing in the accident. But it's taken me a bit of time to get back to when that happened to double check on them. But regardless, again, I think this is the right call on their part to just try and carry on. If the car is at least driving and it's got full power, yeah, they're going to be a bit down on downforce, but if the other two cars, especially if they've got that crew chief to let them know what happened, let's stay out, just keep rolling, don't worry. If the car feels okay, we've got nobody chasing us, we've got no worries at this stage, just finish the race ahead of them.
Yeah, exactly. I do not believe that is Fordzilla, by the way, at that point in line, from what I can tell. I think that is another BMW, so no worries there about that for Team Fordzilla. I'm not entirely sure which BMW M hybrid that is, but they're going to be trying to get their way back around here at this point as we're going to come across the line here once more. Under 15 minutes to go. Safety car starting to speed away there. I think we're ready to go back to green racing here shortly.
Yep. So, and somebody following with them. Is that the leader?
Yeah, it's your leader. That's PureSims.
Oh, well, okay, they're not on the back stretch. They were still on Shoreline Drive. So at first I thought they were trying to follow them to the start-finish line, but that wasn't the case. So glad to see that was sorted out regardless. I'm having to go a long ways back. This is a lot more laps to get back to that accident than I thought.
Yeah, it was a little bit ago at this point, but we will have to see what they are able to do. They go in their way back around. For PureSims Esports, I think this is a simple matter of just keeping all four tires on the black stuff. I mean, as it has been the entire race here at this point, is indeed that Porsche safety car is going to scamper off and move their way on down. Still no movement by Beerskin, by Simso, or Altus Esports down in pit lane. They are going to stay where they are for the moment, as is, frankly, the majority of this GTP field. The OBSP category up at the front right now, they all really and truly have seen the worst for wear out here today. Safety car is down into pit lane, as that is going to be Jordan Johnson leading the cars around right now, getting ready to get onto the loud pedal as they come on to the main straightaway here. Under 12 minutes to go. Green flag back in the air. We're racing once again from Long Beach.
Two lapped cars between P1 and P2. How quickly can Alpha Esports Purple manage to go by? Well, on top of it, they're going to get actually passed by Slow and Confused, who feel like they've got better pace. So I wonder if Alpha Esports may be dealing with a little bit of damage themselves in all of this, because look at the 116 just run away.
Yeah, they are absolutely moving on here at this point, just getting themselves out and on their way as much as possible. Here they go. That's exactly what PureSims needed to do. This is the number 17. That's Alpha Esports Purple behind them. They've got those two lap cars that they've got to try to deal with.
The A&R Endurance Esport car is kind of stuck waiting for an opening to get going at the fountain section, but the car doesn't look damaged. Yep, they're going to be able to get rolling. So no caution flag for that one. I was afraid that we might get another yellow and end it trundling around behind the safety car here. But there is the Alpha Esports PureSims, or Alpha Esports Purple car chasing the PureSims machine and still unable to make it past Grow Racing Team Blue, who is in the same category of GTPs. So they are a lap down, but if they've got the same pace, they don't just have to pull off to the side, although they're one of those that's missing the rear wing.
Yeah, and I'm clearly helping them out here a little bit in a straight line, I have to say. Probably that reduced downforce, maybe taking a note here from the Peugeot camp in the way that they designed their LMH car a little bit earlier, but that's got to be a little bit slippery, I think, under some of the braking conditions here around this circuit. Obviously a high downforce circuit that they have to deal with. But yeah, right now we focus back on the battle for the lead in the LMP3 category here. This is SRB Motorsport. Purple is there. Yellow Submarine Squad sending a move down to the inside.
This is the battle for the lead. SRB's currently got the inside up into turn 8 and braking a little too late. Basile has to back it off. Didn't get it that time, but the fight is on, not just for the lead, but for the overall podium too.
Yeah, this is absolutely worth it here at this point for these LMP3 drivers. They know exactly what it is, and big movement up through the field here for both of these cars. The Yellow Submarine Squad doing everything they can do to try to fight back right now and move their way forward. They're one of the big movers here in the LMP3 class.
Trying to keep track of Fordzilla and Altus Esports because the 30 car is back out on track, not looking too great though. In fact, there they are right there going down to the inside of the SRB Motorsports G&E car, but not able to make the pass. They are on different laps, so it'll take a lot, but that's why I was kind of trying to check on the lap times between them. It does look like Fordzilla is running pretty comparable to Altus Esports, so I don't think they're going to be able to run them down.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to as well here at this point, but SRB Motorsports, Stepavikas, able to pull away here a little bit more from Basile right now, from Tommaso, as the Yellow Submarine Squad tries to be able to close in a little bit more, but it just doesn't look like they've got it. Flash of the headlights there for the 532.
Trying to make sure, let the drivers know that he's coming along, as he wants to try and get up and take that lead away as they come into the hairpin here. Tight and slow one coming off of that one, getting the traction down. Oh, so important. You can see even the smoke as some cars try a little too hard to try and put the power down. And so far, the 23 is going to be able to stay ahead. The Yellow Submarine Squad still needs to make up about half a second to really put this white and orange machine under pressure.
Yeah, I really think they need to do a little bit more at this point if they can, trying to see if they can get anything to go here right now, as they just try to look this way, try to look that way, trying to see if there's anything that they can do to be able to get themselves to go.
You can see the graphic in the upper right. Don't worry, we don't have another safety car happening. That is how many laps we've run under yellow in this race. 62 out of we're on lap 146 just now, so that is literally nearly half the laps.
Yeah, it really and truly is. It has been a lot of a safety car running here at this point as they try to be able to go right now. Yellow Submarine Squad holding in behind, waiting to see what they are able to do, waiting to see if they're going to get a move to be able to go off here with 6 minutes left to go in this race.
Got so close to him down under braking into the hairpin, but again, the car struggling to try and just get the power down, needing that launch here. As we take a look at replay, I think with Altus's number 30 car, and they're going to call it. They know they can't get the position, so I think they're just going to pull off to the side, let the leaders through. They knew they were coming along. That's really good sportsmanship. Really glad to see that.
Yeah, love to see that kind of action there amongst those drivers. That's really, really good heads up. That's really, really good way to be able to do it as they try to be able to get themselves to work their way on through. Let's see here at this point, though, for Yellow Submarine Squad, are they able to be able to get anything to play?
5 minutes left to go. Probably about 4 laps left now at this stage. Pure Sims Esports continuing to run away with the lead. It's up to 20 seconds. Alpha Esports Purple, I think, is limping this one to the finish, knowing they got a second place because they certainly cannot seem to keep up as we got a battle for the lead once again. Big look to the inside of Firestone turn, and Basile just can't seem to make it happen. But I got to give him credit. This is not for lack of trying in front of him. Look at that poor exit here from the SRB car. No, he's in the pits. He can't make it to the end.
Oh my goodness gracious, he can't make it to the end, and that's going to completely throw it all out the window.
No, drive-through penalty, excuse me. I'm double-checking on the race control decisions here. Did I miss this? Yes, 23 for leaving a large gap at the start. You cannot do that. They must have backed him up either intentionally or unintentionally there at the beginning of this last restart.
Oh my goodness gracious, all coming to naught here. A drive-through penalty with less than 5 minutes to go. I cannot believe it. Absolutely coming back.
17 positions for the Yellow Submarine squad. And suddenly the lead has fallen into their lap. 28-second lead over the 23. And then it's another, they're a full lap ahead of the 88. So this, I mean, really all they need to do is bring it home, stay out of the walls.
Bring it home, stay out of the walls, and be calm, cool, and consistent here at this point. That is what they've got to hope for, and that's the same thing that Jordan Johnson up at the front of this field for Pure Sims Esports needs to do. 3.5 minutes left to go on the back straightaway. Probably going to be about 2 to 3 laps to go at the line.
Wow. Again, this has just been a chaotic race, but I'm sure for those that are up towards the front, they are going to feel like it is worth it, sticking with it, trying to manage their P's and Q's and just try and stay out of the way of others. In fact, this is one of the cars that was leading at one point. Bumbulis in the 10-10s, number 10, actually going to be looking at a podium. They're about 2 seconds behind Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech. I'm sure they would have liked a victory, but considering the state of that Mercedes, big credit to them for carrying on and being able to take what is going to be a bit of champagne today.
Yeah, they're going to be very, very happy to be able to have that come to happen here at this point. Good decisive moves here for Pure Sims Esports, trying to be able to get themselves around, trying to just get their way by the 111 here at this point.
Should be, this is actually, no, it should be, I believe, yeah, 2 to go at the line when they cross. 2:22 and below is 2 laps left for these cars. As there is your leader in the 116. Scant few left after 4 hours of racing and a few minutes left on the clock. Here he comes to the line now, with about a 24-second lead over Alpha Esports Purple. That's actually, I think, about a third of a lap difference between them.
Yeah, I think it is as well, as they try to get themselves around here at this point. Looking around, trying to go. Again, discretion, proving the better part of valor here at this point for your leader, Jordan Johnson, not wanting to overtake that LMP3 down through the fountain section, playing it calm, playing it smart.
Also want to give credit to Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech. 7 positions gained from the start for what's looking like a potential win in the GT3s. Haven't been giving them as much love down there. There's been so much happening in the other classes, especially at the front of the field. But the 117 has run a great race, managing to put themselves in the right place at the right time. Speaking of the right time, I'd say as we come around the last corner here in a second, white flag about to be shown for Pure Sims.
Yeah, white flag about to be in the air for Pure Sims Esports. They've got one more LMP3 to try to navigate around here on the main straightaway. That's going to be an easy pass for them. A 28-second gap between them and Alpha Esports Purple at this point. They're going to bring themselves back around, and the white flag is officially in the air.
So this is it for the 116. Just has to make this lap. Alpha Esports Purple is still on the same lap, so theoretically it could still be lost. It's just a long shot, and they'd have to throw it out the window on this one. But for Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech, they only have a 2-second gap to their second place car. So they've got to really try and hold on to this one right at the very end. But Jordan Johnson sharing this car today with Adam State. Picked it up about 3/4 of the way through and is going to be able to wrap this one up. And inside the car, I'm sure he is thrilled to have this honor.
Yeah, I'm sure he will be as well. Just a few more corners to go for Pure Sims Esports. A lockup in front of him, but that's going to be of no mind here to your leader as they come out of the final corner, weaving down Seaside Way. In his victory for Pure Sims Esports at the BC Vault 400 miles of California.
Looks like the 117 is going to be the next one to take victory here as Vilnius Tech comes to the line. And it is a win for the 117, passing 7 cars in the GT3 class for that one.
Yeah, that was an impressive run, fighting through attrition there for them. And let's also give some credit here to the Yellow Submarine squad. Basile behind the wheel of the car right now. Tommaso doing a great job to be able to side their way through that traffic. And let's not forget, this is an overall podium for an LMP3.
Fantastic work. Let's hope their internet connection issue lasts long enough. A little bit of blinking there at the end. I'm sure that causes a panic inside the cockpit, but the 532 inherited the lead, but he was there when he needed to be. Poor SRB Motorsports is going to finish a lap down from them in second place in spite of the penalty.
Yeah, in spite of that penalty, able to finish here. Yellow Submarine squad going to come across the line to take that victory in the LMP3 class. A great run for that 532. SRB will be behind them, and then SimSpot Racing will be in P3 in that LMP3 category. A great run for them. By the way, an update on that GTP battle that we talked about there. Team Fordzilla was able to grab that final podium there with Abel Torres in P3. Kindler, Miller, Danson, Rorda, Jomantis, Santos, and Bacalionis there to round out your top 10. As you can see, a lot of attrition here in this field, and some of the biggest names to fall back down through the order. That OBS World by Sim Sakar has got to be one of them. Race Onion as well, as we take a look at the LMP3 standings here, Joe.
Indeed, Yellow Submarine squad winning by a lap, being ahead of the overall leader right at the end, but also because of a penalty for the 23, putting them down off the top step. They'll still finish on the podium. SimSpot Racing going to take home the last step on that one. You could see, again, much like we saw in the GTPs, many drivers finding themselves going quite a few laps down throughout this race. It really was a race of attrition as we check out the last of those, that hefty LMP3 category with 18 starters in this one, some of which finishing 60 laps down in the end. And we get to the GT3s.
We get down to the GT3 categories. It was Vilnius Tech able to take victory there over 10 tenths. Remember, they also had the big podium, or the big problems there for them up and down through the field from the drop of the green flag. They had that front clip missing from the car. Sapphire SimSports Alpha coming home in P3. Alpha Esports, Turbo Turtles, Renverse by Tomedo, Valkyrie Competition Blue by TC, then Over the Limit Racing Blue, PPF Racing Team as well to round out your top 10. Over the Limit Racing Red, Icarus International, SR Technic, AKM Racing UK, HundredForce, Yellow Submarine Squad, 4X Racing, Trailbreaking Races, Verano Motorsports, and Altus Esports farther back down in the order. Tuda Motorsports and the 2 4X Racing cars, unfortunately, having their fair share of X's here today and getting caught out by all of that. But what a crazy run for everybody here today, Joe. Absolutely remarkable to see, and we are ready, I think, here in short order to start to talk to our victors, and I believe Jordan Johnson's teammate here, Adam State, is ready to join us.
Indeed. Why don't we have a chat with Adam, starting driver with the number 116 car. Adam, congratulations. It's always nerve-wracking to not be in the car towards the end of the race. Your team is leading. You have a healthy state, or, well, excuse the unintentional pun. You have a healthy state for the car with the lead being so massive. Were you at all nervous towards the end that you're going to bring that one home?
I had complete faith in Jordan that I knew he could do the job. And we'd kind of set up the strategy that way where I, with slightly less experience in this car, would focus more on the fuel saving, making sure we got the car into the position so Jordan could take over and get the job done.
And it looks like we've got Jordan now joining us as well. Jordan, also big congratulations. It came to the end of the race and a huge accident happens. You find many of your rivals who were still left on the lead lap suddenly out of the running. Was there relief in the car?
I think there's certainly relief in the car, but we also knew coming in that as long as we hit our marks, we should be in a good spot. I was really, really confident with my pace, even on that second safety car restart where I kind of pulled away from Altus a little bit. I was really, really, really comfortable. But of course, once your competition's out of the picture, it does make it a little bit easier. And at that point, it was just survive the race.
Now, you guys, I mean, survive the race was definitely a big thing. You weren't really a major player that we had considered until everything kind of shuffled around for one of the accidents. And after caution, you guys were in the lead. Was that really, kind of the strategy from lap one, where it's just, let's not try and race too hard. Let's let the race come to us and fall where it may?
Yeah, more or less. From the start of the race, we knew it was going to be a battle of survival. We came in and double stinted right off the start, which I think most teams did. But the real kind of fruits of our labors came. We decided at about an hour and a half, the next safety car that comes out, we're coming in no matter what, and we're just going to bank on there being more safety cars. We knew we could make it about an hour, so anything comes out in that range, we would be looking at possibly fuel saving to the end. And we got a little bit lucky because the safety car came out right as we were passing pit entry and we dove straight in. We're able to get a little bit of an undercut on everyone else, which put us right on the nose of the field. But it was the plan. A little bit of luck on our side, but it definitely a little bit of foresight.
Adam, you guys have kicked things off with back-to-back wins. You set a high bar for yourselves. Is that going to make it tough the rest of the season to live up to that?
I mean, if we know we've set our bar now, we know what we have to achieve each time. I mean, there's some strong competition in the field, and certainly as we get to probably tracks that are more well known on the iRacing service, it's going to be harder. But we know what we have to do. We know what we're having to race up against, and we'll keep pushing.
Well, congratulations to both of you. An excellent run race.
Thank you.
Perfect. Cheers, guys.
And it looks like, DJ, we've also got a winner in the LMP3 category, the Yellow Submarine Squad.
Yes, we do. Bjorn Claessen's here, and Tommaso Basile. I want to start with you, Tommaso. You were able to finish that race as we get going here at this point, ready to be able to bring everything in. Tommaso, how was closing that race down with everything that it was? What was it like behind the wheel of the car? Were you praying for another safety car, or were you hoping for a good run?
Yeah, to be honest, it was quite amazing, because in the one of the last safety car, we were first, and then, some lag, something happened to the game, and we just got from first to second with 2 lapped cars ahead of us. So really, the last stint was really amazing, and I still cannot believe it. To be honest, it's my first race win on an endurance race, and this win to be happened at this track with this situation is just I think I will remember.
Well, we always love to be able to hear that. And Bjorn, for you to be able to set this car up, to put it into position, a pretty chaotic start to the race. How did you manage everything?
The only thing was try to stay away of the carnage every time. And what we were doing every safety car was looking, where's the safety car at this moment? Can we do another lap? Because as long as we're not behind the safety car, we can do a little bit faster than standing still, of course. And the last safety car before Tommaso went into the car, we could drive 2 extra laps, and yeah, we came all out all of a sudden, P1 out of the pits, and from there it was basically manage it. But then we had the lag spike with Tommaso of 5 seconds, and we dropped, and we were like, no, first race win ever, and then, oh jeez, I'm so fucking happy. Sorry for the word. I'm so happy.
All good. We apologize for that language, but I've got to ask to the both of you, next time as we look ahead, headed to the 6 hours of Zandvoort, how do you think that will go? Is it going to be another race like this where attrition's going to be a big play, or are we going to see a little bit more smoother running from you?
Personally, yeah, I think that Zandvoort will be another chaotic race. Not as much as this one, just because the track has some runoff. It doesn't have the walls so close to the racing surface, and it is not as bumpy as this. But you know, it's a very small track for a very big field of 3 different category cars. So it will be hard. Also the next race, it won't be easy.
Well, it won't be easy, but we look forward to seeing you both there at this point, and we will see you there next month for the 6 hours of Zandvoort.
We'll be there.
Thank you. We will be there.
All right, Joe, it looks like we've got one more folks ready to be able to talk to. We've got the Vilnius Tech folks ready to talk to you as they were able to take victory in that GT3 category.
Indeed, we have one of the drivers, Dominic, has seen us in here, and Dominic, you guys had the closest finish of everybody with about 3 seconds at the line. Was that nerve-wracking at the end, knowing that you could still potentially throw it away with a wrong move?
Yeah, it was actually quite nerve-wracking, and yeah, I'm really happy that we finished first, because in the beginning of the race we were 18th or 17th, so yeah, really great result.
Now, from what I understand, Vilnius Tech is one of the teams that has a physical rig that you guys swap out instead of swapping out teammates like everybody else does in separate locations. What is that like, having to actually do like the real drivers? Someone hops out of the car, and thankfully you don't have to strap in and then suddenly take over.
For us, it's actually quite easy, because we have quite a big rig, so the process of getting in and out of is actually very easy, so there's no problem for us.
Well, glad to hear you guys can kind of have the fun of getting to mimic the real world thing like that. This track, I mean, we all kind of knew coming in there were going to be cautions. It was going to be a little bit messy out there. How did it go versus your expectations?
We believe that we would finish somewhere in top 8, but yeah, through strategy alone we managed to get a great result.
Well, congratulations on that result. Again, another one of those teams that kind of snuck in on us because we weren't really paying as close attention, but this was a well-earned victory, sir.
Thank you.
So Dominic there, and the 117 taking the win for Vilnius Tech. DJ, those are our winners.
Those indeed are our winners, and we want to be able to give a massive, massive thank you to them, as well as the rest of our podium finishers here today. It's been an absolutely incredible run for all of them, and as you heard us preview, stick back with us, because on December 9th, we will be back for the 6 hours of Zandvoort as we head to the twisting dunes of the Netherlands and be able to take to the track there once more. Very much looking forward to that race. We appreciate you being with us through the chaos here today, but we hope we put on a good racing performance here for you as a part of the OBS Endurance Cup powered by HundredForce. And on behalf of myself, DJ Clark, as well as Joe Peak up here in the booth, as well as everybody working behind the scenes, until we see you on the track, thanks for watching.